Sorry, everybody, for that technical hiccup. These things tend to happen. So, take two. You're all very, very welcome to this, the third of four thematic conferences as part of the Housing 2030 initiative, which is an initiative of Housing Europe, UN Habitat, and the UNECE. Today's conference is entitled Good Governance and Regulation to Support Affordability in Housing. And as I said before, even if we can't actually be in the lovely country of Slovenia in person, we are there at least in spirit, and we're very, very happy to have the support today of the Slovenian Ministry of the Environment and Spatial Planning. Now, so to run you quickly through today's agenda, we have this brief opening salvo, if you like. In a few moments, we'll hear from our first speaker, Katarina Ivankovic-Knježević, from the director of DG EMPL. Followed by that, we'll have a keynote speech from József Hegedűs from the Metropolitan Research Institute in Budapest. And then we'll have an overview of what we're calling the Good Governance Policy Toolkit from the lead writer of the Housing 2030 initiative, Dr. Julie Lawson. Then we'll have our moderated Q&A panel, which we're very happy to welcome three fantastic speakers, Dr. Julie Lawson, Professor Ken Gibb, and Jarmo Linden. Then we'll have a much needed coffee break where you can process all of the information you've taken in thus far in the morning. And following the coffee break, we'll have a short session of kind of elevator pitch style examples of best policies in terms of governments from around Europe. So we have five great speakers: Catherine Ryder from the National Housing Federation of England, Guido Schwarzendahl from Bovine Hall Cooperative Housing Association, Neil Munstow from Newcastle City Council, Pedro Pinto de Jesus from Gabales Public Housing Company in Lisbon, and Lucia Stasilova, the Deputy Mayor of Bratislava. And we'll wrap things up at around 12:30 with a quick review of the day's events. I'd also like to take this opportunity to quickly remind you that there is an afternoon session as part of the UNECE sub-regional conference, which will take place from 2 o'clock to 3:30. You can use the same link that you're using for this event to log into that. You can find the full program and further details on unece-housing2021.com. If you are tweeting about today's event or using social media, I would ask you to please use the hashtag Housing2030. If you do have any questions, please put them in the Q&A box and we can come to them during the Q&A panel. And if you are a speaker, please keep your camera and microphone off until it is your turn to speak. So I'd like to briefly introduce our first speaker of the day. Our first speaker is Madame Katarina Ivankovic-Knježević. Madame Ivankovic-Knježević is Director for Social Affairs in the European Commission's Director General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. And prior to that, she was the State Secretary in the Ministry of Labour and Pensions of Croatia. Madame, EU Commissioner Schmidt recently stated that we must put housing at the heart of the European social agenda. We look forward to hearing how you and your colleagues are working to make that a reality. We thank you very much for being with us this morning. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dara, and thank you very much also for organizing this important conference. To all the Slovenian colleagues, dobro jutro. Nadam se da ste dobro, da ste zdravo i da je u Sloveniji isto tako lijepo sunce kao što je u Briselu. So I will switch immediately to English. Don't worry, dear colleagues. I believe it's really great opportunity for Housing Europe and for UN Habitat and UNECE that you partnered with the Slovenian Ministry of Environment in order to present this very, very welcome initiative, because Housing 2030 brings together housing providers, brings together policymakers and also researchers to really find and display innovative solutions for affordable housing. That, as you rightly pointed out, Commissioner Schmidt spoke about housing being at heart of the social policy. It is also a very important pillar principle of Principle 19 of the European Pillar of Social Rights. And indeed, next week, when we launch, well, not when we launch, when we adopt at the college level our action plan on the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights, I believe many things are going to be much clearer how we intend to address the housing challenge, and of course with having in view the position and the responsibilities of DG Employment, in which we all work. To come back to your initiative, I would like to say that the launch of your work is indeed very timely, as capacity really needs to be built for the new, for the innovative ways of delivering affordable and social housing. I'm also very confident that this work, and in particular the toolkit and the showcase of best practices, are going to be very beneficial to the wide range of stakeholders that are really willing and wanting to engage in housing solutions for vulnerable groups. For us at the EU, housing is indeed a fundamental social issue and plays a central role in a well-functioning economy. It is the main source of wealth for many households, but more important, it is really a fundamental to ensure that social inclusion and well-being are put in place properly, because without a house, you really are in danger of participating in the society. I believe we can all agree to say that the COVID-19 crisis has once more underlined how essential a decent home is to health and to the well-being, and has demonstrated once again the vulnerability of persons and families who, for example, experience homelessness. There is a pressing need to address these challenges as we come out from the economic and social crisis that was caused, that is still caused by the health crisis. And the Commission is going to support the member states in mobilizing all the instruments that we have at the disposal, us as the Commission and us as the member states as well. The Commission has indeed put accessible, energy efficient, affordable housing high on its political agenda, and it's high for the current mandate. Notably, the investments in this area are in the strong focus of the recovery package and so-called multi-annual financial framework. For multi-annual financial framework, we have struck the political compromise, so-called provisional political compromise, until it is really officially adopted and co-signed by the legislators, which we have to expect that will happen at latest in June. But political compromise means that we have agreed on the principles and on the rules for the future financial framework. Thus, also very important is that we as the Commission, we really urge the member states to put in their recovery plans, because you know that member states are now preparing their recovery and resilience programs, which are a part of the new instrument called Resilience and Recovery Fund. And we are very much advocating for the member states to put the focus on enhancing the availability of social and affordable housing, for example, either through construction or through renovation, and also, of course, according to the principles brought forward in the recently launched renovation wave. What does this include? This, for example, can include the focusing on districts and neighborhood approaches to establish long-term local public-private partnerships, or to support already existing partnerships. Building renovation can be a strong element and should be a strong element in the recovery post-COVID-19. And in particular, the renovation of social and affordable housing districts, including also by improving access locally to essential and social services, which is also a pillar principle. It's a pillar principle 20, has the potential to reduce energy poverty, create local jobs, and bring long-lasting social benefits for the communities. It is that with these objectives in mind, we as the Commission have launched the Renovation Wave last October. And the Renovation Wave is truly integrated strategy, strengthening the regulatory, the financial, and the governance frameworks, tackling also public buildings, energy poverty, and residential buildings, but also addressing skills, industrialization of building renovation, digitalization, and smart technologies. As a performing construction ecosystem, it is combined with the modern social and affordable housing sectors, and those are going to be keys to achieve the climate neutrality objective by 2050, which is set by the European Green Deal. Also very important to highlight that the energy poverty is a strong focus of the Renovation Wave, and the Commission has issued a recommendation to support national and regional and local actions and efforts in tackling the issue. In addition, the communication and the accompanying so-called staff working document of the Renovation Wave do provide detailed information and detailed guidance to the member states and the stakeholders about the different funding possibilities. And these include the direct budget support for quality building renovations, attracting private investments, and stimulating green financing. Also supporting research and innovation and addressing market barriers and funding technical support services. Let me also remind you that the range of EU programs will be able to support building renovation, including the Recovery and Resilience Facility that I spoke just briefly, but also the Just Transition Mechanism, not to forget about structural funds. The most used is European Regional Development Fund, but there are some new instruments, InvestEU and LIFE, which is a new innovation fund, and also well-known Horizon Europe. Commission, of course, is going to help to national and regional and local authorities on the use of all available financial resources, including through different schemes, either grants or subsidies or loans, to focus upfront investments on the most vulnerable. And this is the key for us in DG Employment, the investments on the most vulnerable. I already mentioned the action plan to deliver the European Pillar of Social Rights, and housing pillar principle, which is called Housing and Assistance for Homeless, is very clear political signal on the importance that the European Union attaches to the fight against homelessness and housing exclusion. Ending homelessness also requires cooperation between many stakeholders, including national and local authorities, service providers, and housing organizations. The Commission is preparing an initiative, a concrete initiative for supporting this cooperation, and it will be announced within the framework of the action plan for the pillar. The aim of this initiative will be to launch a political dialogue between member states, between the Commission and the stakeholders that are active in combating the homelessness, and to engage with them to really commit to fight homelessness in the member states. It will put particular focus on sharing the good practices in the fight against homelessness, but also it will look forward to work on eradication of homelessness in European Union. We really look forward in this context to be to the findings of the Housing 2030 affordability study and the future collaboration with you, also in the light of our homelessness initiative within the action plan of the pillar. For example, the mutual learning activities and the best practices with a focus should be at the core of our activities, but also something that we like to promote when discussing about fight against homelessness is the housing first approach, which puts together housing and services and also puts the homeless person in the further perspective as she is assisted not only by the roof, but also all the needs that he or she has. Let me conclude briefly and tell you that I believe that we really need to mobilize all the project promoters, all the municipalities and all the service providers to really create a pipeline of good projects in order to ensure the take-up of the European funds. And we also need to work on building the capacity and displaying really the best practices, not only to raise the awareness, but also to support the development, also to support those who are really investing a lot of their effort and energy into securing affordable housing, into securing the good social housing, and then into securing that the most radical and drastic form of social exclusion, which is definitely homeless population, is addressed timely and is addressed in the best possible manner. So thank you for giving me a possibility to inform you about the Commission work. And I'm also looking very much forward to the conclusion of your conference and to the conclusion of to the future work of the Housing 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Madame Ivankovic-Knjegovic. I hope I pronounced that even somewhat right. Without further ado, I'd like to move on and briefly introduce you to our keynote speaker for today's session, József Hegedűs. József is Managing Director at the Metropolitan Research Institute in Budapest, where he's worked for over 3 decades on issues related to housing, social problems, urban development, and most importantly for us here today, good governance in housing. József has written extensively on social housing in so-called countries in transition and has conducted extensive research on the impact of mass privatizations of the public housing stock, particularly in Eastern Europe in the early 90s. In recent times, he has also written extensively about the rise of the private rental sector and the issues that can create in many countries. Today, he will be discussing the all-important issue of governance and the impact that it can have on housing outcomes. József, thank you very much for being with us this morning. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, thank you for inviting me. This is, I have a very special place or in this program. MRI is a consultancy firm, a research firm, which is always work between the donor agencies and the countries. So we are just mediating different programs and try to implement so-called affordable housing programs. What is my speech is about? I give a little bit longer perspective. I will start to describe the 2 basic paradigms of the housing policy. After I would highlight the importance of the varieties of the affordability, the different types of the affordability problem or profiles, which is a key for implementing any affordable housing programs. The third point is that even we understand the nature of the affordability, we have to understand the context. It was highlighted yesterday in several presentations, how the housing market works, what are the inequalities, and what is the political economy environment. The next step is looking for the good or the best practices. I am not very much the fan of the best practices always, because sometimes we can learn from the bad practices as well. But it's very important to really understand that in what way we can use it. And the last point will be about what will be our principles to implement the different housing affordable programs. The first thing is this: we started the work in the 90s, and I am sure that Elena remembered that we started work together in the beginning of the 90s with the World Bank program. The World Bank had the market enabling approach, which was very simple and very well accepted at that time. That the idea was that the housing problems are very much rooted on the state failure. The state didn't provide a good housing solution. The answer to this question was that, okay, let's introduce an efficient market and solve the social problems independently or parallel with these programs. Of course, we learned to be that it doesn't work in so simple way, because the market doesn't work always what we expected. There is market failures, there are perverse incentives in the market, and you need institutions, very good institutions, the rule of law and information management, which make the market really work properly, and didn't work. And the financial crisis in 2008, it was a clear answer that market is not a full solution for the problem. So in the last 10, 15 years, the housing for all approach became the most accepted in the literature. The housing is a right, and the market doesn't work properly. So what we should do, intervene in the market, make regulation, make a cooperation, and put the housing in the urban policy, in the urban strategy or regional strategies, which make more efficient. The weak point of this approach, of course, and we feel it, that it has a little bit weaker financial and economic aspects. So this is the two paradigm we work with. And the next issue is how we can use different programs. But we have to understand the nature of affordability. Yesterday we had a perfect, very nice presentation, different comparative affordability indexes. I don't want to go into this, but I want to emphasize that the affordability problem is different in the rich and the poor country. And even inside the country, it could be very, very different, depending it is a growing region or a shrinking city. And this is just a very short and very simple, we can say primitive illustration of the affordability profile of different countries. We just make a grouping of the European countries according to their position, geographic position, and you can see that the affordability profile in the different regions is very, very different. Just to show that the quality of the housing stock, which is the upper right part of the slide, shows that in the new member states, this is a much worse stock we have. The next slide shows that how the market works, and it's very, very important for the using the programs, that the mortgage, role the mortgage and role the social sector is very, very different. In the new member states, we have basically no substantial social housing, and even the mortgage market is very underdeveloped. And so this is the point here is that the affordability profile is a very, very important element. The second aspect is that even in one country, there could be a very different things. We know that UK, Italy, Spain, but in the new member states as well, the capital cities and the other cities are in very different position. And the question is that what is the dynamic of the system, whether this is it increasing the difference of the affordability issue. The problem is that in a shrinking part of the countries, you have lower prices, but much lower salaries as well, and you have lower educational and transportation environment as well. So this is the very important starting point using any programs. And the next step is to see the context. I just highlight 3 dimensions: the housing market, the inequalities, and the political economic housing. There are others which were touched upon yesterday, the culture, for example. But here, I would like to just emphasize one element, which is the inequality. I think the core of the housing problems is inequality, the growing inequality, and there's a huge literature on this. But one element is, and the inequality element, I think, was a little bit neglected in the literature. And the new thing, I think, the new thing in the social changes in the last 10, 15 years is that even the middle class, in the low middle class, get a problem of the housing. And this kind of the precariat is an important factor. Here, I have to emphasize that one of the key feature of this inequality issue is the intergenerational transfer, not the intergenerational inequality, which is very much emphasized. The young people today is a worse situation than our generation was in 30 years ago. But the issue is that the intergenerational transfer define the position of the different classes. And this is the chart which shows that the middle class is very, very easily can move to the poor situation. So let me go to the good practice, best practice area. I think that yesterday we got a good feeling that Vienna was a wonderful city, and in the other side, Kazakhstan has a lot of problems. There's not very much things is happening. I think the new member states, we have a lot of very nice programs already, but there are very small scale. So what we learned from the good practice is that there are typical long-term projects. It's not a 1 year or 2 year short-term project. And in the beginning, there is a huge public fund needed to start the program. So it's an illusion that without this kind of the fund, you can do anything. If you see the UK Housing Association model, in the beginning, the capital grant reached 80% of the cost of the housing, which is, and you cannot imagine that this kind of programs today you can introduce. So second element is the governance. So it's the governance is a very complicated, it's a result of the history, a result of the cooperation of the different actors. And the third element, what I want to emphasize from these good practices, that they go beyond the very so-called very social housing. So they go beyond the neediest and try to involve the low middle class as well, and this is the key workers, which is in the big cities, developing cities. This is a real social issue. So what could be the message for the countries in the region, that how we can implement? So of course, the starting point is a very, very distorted tenure structure. So we don't have, it's not just that we don't have social housing, but we don't have even good, very well working rental housing. There are basically three models we can choose. This the public models, the so-called social rental agencies model, when you use the private sector include for affordable housing programs, and you use some kind of the limited ownership programs, and there are a lot of good examples we can learn from this. But it's very important that when a country is using this, certain principles will be kept. It's not necessarily is the case. So first, it should be properly targeted. It means that you can involve the key workers, but of course the subsidy level for the key workers will be very different from the subsidy level for the homelessness. The second is, and is very important, that the neglected element, keep the money in the sector. So don't allow capitalized by the institutions or by the beneficiaries the subsidy. Don't allow them, and if they don't need it, they go out to the sector and new people can come. You have to open up this low middle class, which is makes politically more acceptable. And the last one is financially it has to be sustainable. If you introduce a nice programs, and there are a lot of examples even in Hungary, you can put a lot of money in this, but it's a very small scale. In small scale, you can do what you want. And the real issue is that you have to expand the program. So what is the conclusion from this? That the social programs, and even after the COVID crisis, we have to think a long-term asset building for the affordable housing. Because it's one of the answers why Vienna has a good housing system is because there is a huge asset which has no capital cost and can help the affordable programs. The second is you have to be very careful to understand the nature of the affordability problem and the nature of the context. The context in the how the housing market works and how the behavior of the different institutions. And the last element is the governance element. And this is what we learned a lot, that yesterday was interesting, that not raise the question, that what is the reason some countries don't make anything, or they don't change the law and don't change the behavior of them? Because it's very important to take out housing from the short and political games. And you have to build up a strong, longer-term structure. And so basically what we have to do is understand the nature of the problem, understand the present programs, and to scale up this system. Because without scale-upping, it doesn't work. And just my end note is that our experiences is very much with the European programs. We learned from the European programs, and MRI is a think tank which has a mission for the just housing system. I think I close this presentation right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, József, for your intervention, and we look forward to maybe working with you in the coming weeks in terms of adding your experience and your knowledge to the Housing 2030 output. So moving quickly on to our next speaker, I'd like to introduce you to someone who I hope most of you will by now be familiar with, having attended previous events or being aware of the Housing 2030 environment, and that is Dr. Julia Lawson. Dr. Lawson is the chief writer of the Housing 2030 report, and amongst her many other titles and distinctions, she is also an honorary associate professor at the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology. Julie will now take us through some of the main policy tools which are available when we consider the issue of good governance to deliver affordability in housing, Julie, thank you very much for being with us once again this morning at this event, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dara. That's a very kind introduction. I'll move as quickly but also carefully as I can through my slides, given we've got a full program today. So I'm just going to remind those who didn't see yesterday's presentation that Housing 2030 is very much trying to encourage countries and cities and other stakeholders to ask 4 basic questions. Why is housing unaffordable and inaccessible in my country or in my hometown? What changes to the housing system could increase access to make housing more accessible and affordable for my fellow countrymen and citizens? Which policy tools are appropriate to generate the required outcomes, and what capabilities are required to implement this policy at the appropriate scale? So it's not Housing 2030 is about building that capacity by offering a range of tools that can help policymakers play their role in shaping better markets. We focus on 4 areas: governance, and that's our focus today, the availability of land for affordable housing. We've had a very detailed workshop on that in May. You'll find all the recording of that and the slides for that presentation online on the Housing 2030 website. We've also done a similar process with climate neutral housing, which was led by Holger Walbaum from Chalmers University. There you'll also find the same format, 3 podcasts for each of these, presentations of best practices, pitches by participants in the conference, and we'll have one next month on finance and funding in affordable housing that'll be hosted by Ireland and led in that instance by Professor Michelle Norris, who by chance is also the chair of the Housing Finance Agency in Ireland. So the idea of the toolbox is that it's not a blueprint. It's not something which is imposed, but something which policymakers can think how they could use. So if we think of 6 areas, they can develop strategic frameworks, drawing on good principles such as the right to adequate housing. They can demonstrate leadership and support their leadership at all levels. We're going to talk about different types of leadership soon. Fit for purpose institutions. They can be legal instruments, also agencies, which are based on evidence and continuously well informed and evaluated and reviewed. We're talking about capable implementation by stakeholders. So those that are not only authorised to do a job, but skilled and expert to do it and trained to actually be able to play that role, whether that be a tenant manager or be a planning officer. All these require capable implementation and engagement. Of course, we've seen that poor housing standards can cost lives. We've seen that in all different areas of Europe. We know that standards are very, very important. The World Health tells us so and has given us a whole range of quality standards. Reinforcing those standards, monitoring them, and enforcing them is very, very important. And we're going to hear about codes of conduct and standards again in some of our speakers at the end of the session. Also, we're going to talk about accountable and responsive organisations that are involved in the task of housing. It's a great responsibility to be housing somebody and therefore requires good, purposeful organisations who are well regulated, who listen to their citizens, their residents, and sometimes have residents manage their own homes themselves and are supported to do so. So if we go from instrument to instrument, We talk first about the strategic frameworks. Some examples of these are the cooperation which emerged from the EU Housing Partnership Action Plan, which developed 12 very concrete actions to be achieved. It brought together a range of stakeholders across Europe and developed an action plan which is very, very well-informed, evidence-based, and very clear and concise actions. You see it also happening in particular countries, which on regular, reasonable time intervals, for example, 5 years, such as Slovakia's state housing policy, work out an agenda of legislative reforms and investments in particular segments of the housing market, which every 5 years it reviews and moves forward. You see Scotland doing the same and being very productive in this effort, and we'll hear more about that from Ken Gibb. You also see cities taking a path-breaking role. For example, Barcelona's Right to Housing plan, forging new ground and breaking through what were entrenched boundaries. And leadership, as I mentioned, comes in many different forms. You can have it embodied in a dedicated Minister for Housing, but as we've heard from Ken in the podcast, there were 19 ministers for housing in a 10-year period in the UK. How do you sustain leadership over long periods? Some examples here include Germany's Alliance for Affordable Housing and Building, which brought the federal government back into the reform agenda, investing in social housing again, having been absent for several decades. Now they're back in with very large commitments to renovate and expand affordable housing provision. You see it successfully enacted through the BC Housing Matters, which integrated long-term multi-level commitment, but also in its task-related budgets each year that you could see what it had achieved, but what resources it had put forward to achieving those goals. You see very forward-thinking plans like in Estonia with its 2050 strategy for building renovation. But leadership isn't just by government, it's also by civil society and good, strong, expert, affordable housing industry partners. They are very important as incubators and agitators and advocates for improving that leadership and improving commitment. Market shaping institutions, we're going to hear from a best practice, I would argue, from ARA today, where the Centre for Housing Finance and Development in Finland combines land use influences through agreements and working with municipalities, as well as strategic direct investment, interest rate subsidies, guarantees, and works with the lowest cost, longest term private investment, in this case from Munifin. But there are many other market shaping institutions, laws, for example, which affect rent regulation and create balanced and fair rental markets. We know that in the strongest rental markets in Europe, they're actually quite well regulated in terms of the way in which rents are set, the long-term indefinite tenancies, the grounds on which eviction can occur. These are pretty basic market shaping institutions. Now in Switzerland, for example, Germany, you don't see investors walking away from the rental market, and even though there is substantial regulation. I talked about capable stakeholders, I don't want to go too much over time. Of course, researchers are also a capable informing stakeholder, and we see the value of that being brought to bear by Fianza with its Housing First Hub, which is also supporting the promotion of good ideas in addressing homelessness with long-term secure housing with support in Housing First. Stronger Together, again, the power of multi-level governance, funding transfers, working together in partnership with municipalities who are often at the coalface, and also in empowering those at the local level to observe what's going on and to tell those in power to do something. For example, the Basque Housing Observatory in Spain. I mentioned briefly on housing standards, but what's important is what you do with the information you collect about housing. In Scotland, for example, they combined information on segmented housing needs through their housing needs demand assessment with investment as it is required in those segments where it is required. That's called the Social Housing Investment Program. Ken Gibkin has talked a little bit about that in his podcast. I mentioned accountability and the importance of enforcement. We see as a flood of investment is flowing into popular cities, the impact that's had on rental markets, on security of tenure, on the growth of short-term tenancies. But we also see what's happening are frameworks for investment in green and affordable housing. So we see two unregulated, unfettered flows of capital versus that which is much more purposeful through frameworks for bond investors in green affordable housing. It's the latter that governments should be enabling and supporting through their regulations and through tax instruments as well. And finally, responsible housing provision. Managing someone's home is an enormous responsibility. The International Union of Tenants has a tenant charter on what it requires from both tenants and landlords. In some countries, landlords have to be accredited and trained for the responsibility of providing homes. And in some countries, those that are supported by government's tax incentives or grants or favourable finance are audited to ensure they're using those funds for a good purpose, as in the limited profit housing associations in Austria. We also see tenants being given a greater voice in some regulatory systems, and that's increasing in the UK with its renewed code of governance of amongst the housing association sector, in part as a response to the tragedy of Grenfell. But ultimately, we see models where tenants are governing their housing themselves. And tenants' assemblies in Denmark are a best practice example of that. Where this isn't the case, you see advocacy for tenants occurring. In Sweden, where rental markets are dominant, it's important what goes in your contract. And the Swedish Tenants Union plays a very good role in model contracts and helping with negotiations. In Germany, you see also representation, insurance, legal protection provided by associations of tenants in every local area. Very, very strong, locally grounded and powerful organisations supporting tenants. Also, you see countries where home owners are in multiple apartment buildings. In Estonia, they're now supporting those home dwellers to be capable in managing and maintaining those dwellings. And I mentioned Estonia, Moldova has introduced legislation, and you see that in other countries where there'd been formerly extensive privatisation, getting on top of how to manage and maintain these buildings better. But of course, we also want to protect tenants from abusive landlord or situations. We know that with COVID, many tenants are on the verge of homelessness through eviction. So eviction is a major, in fact, one of the greatest causes of homelessness. And in Vienna, again, there is a Centre for Secure Tenancy that steps in before an eviction occurs and tries to resolve the problems, and thereby has been very successful in reducing the number of evictions. So to conclude, good governance is about shaping and creating the kind of housing markets we need. It's about channeling the resources investment, also tax incentives to address the most pressing needs and to support the most willing and capable, purposeful landlords. It can do much more than just respond to crises and market failures. We have enough crisis going on. What we want are stable, needs-focused housing systems that generate positive outcomes for flourishing communities. And so we can do much more than just contribute to the bottom end of the market, but also in creating the better functioning of the entire market. But of course, it needs to be a learning process, be open to critique, and adapt as circumstances change over time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Julie. You got through that in breakneck time. Very much appreciated, because we were chasing our tail a little bit this morning. I'd now like to hand you over to David Orr, who'll be moderating our Q&A panel. Although I would like to say briefly, because I've seen a few people asking in the chat, all of today's presentations will be available on housing2030.org after the event. So you can find them there if you want to look through them in more detail. Over to you, David.
Thank you very much, Dara. And thank you, Julie, for that excellent summary of the key issues that we're going to be discussing. I'm delighted to be moderating this panel session, where alongside Julie, we are going to be joined by Professor Ken Gibb, who's Director of the UK Collaborative Centre for Housing Evidence, known as CASH, and is a Professor of Housing Economics at the University of Glasgow, and generally regarded as the UK's guru on all things relating to housing and housing research. And then we have Jarmo Linden, who's the Director of Helsinki-based Finnish Housing Finance and Development Centre. Jarmo and his colleagues are responsible for the implementation of Finnish housing policy, which includes the provision of grants and subsidies, and by directly providing affordable housing. Their operating principle is everyone is entitled to comfortable housing, a sentiment with which I'm sure we would all agree. All three, Julie, Ken and Jarmo, have produced really, really excellent podcasts on this topic of governance. And if you've not already had the opportunity to listen to them, I would strongly recommend that you take the time, sometime when you're out exercising, stick your headphones in and listen to these really impressive podcasts. This is a Q&A session. It's the best opportunity for all of the participants in this webinar today to be able to ask questions directly. I will be keeping an eye on any questions that appear in the Q&A box. It would be much better to use the Q&A box rather than the chat box for questions. And I'm very keen that we should have as wide a range a conversation here as we possibly can. But while you're considering your questions, just to kick things off, I'm going to ask a question to all three of our panelists, really just to set the scene. Between you, you've got a vast amount of knowledge and expertise in analysing good governance, analysing what works, and, you know, by extension, what doesn't work. So we are, all of us, going to be charged with rebuilding our economies, our nations post-COVID. So do we have are we looking at the best governance agenda? And do we have the policy tools that we need to reshape and reimagine our housing systems for the post-COVID world? Let's start with...
David, do you want me to go first? Sorry, I missed that. Okay, thank you. I think there are three levels of opportunity here that get gradually more ambitious and complex. I think the first level, which I think most countries who already have such programs can do, is they can engage in new counter-cyclical, affordable social housing supply programs, which have, you know, major economic benefits as well as meeting unmet housing need. At second level, I think there's certainly in the UK, but I'm sure this is pretty much happening elsewhere. I think there's growing evidence building on what was already happening with retail, that our town centres have been are in sore need of redesign, rethinking, reimagining. And I think housing can play a really big part. Mixed housing can play a really big part in that, but it needs leadership, it needs partnership, it needs ambition, it needs resource. Obviously, it needs the private sector to try and help with that. But I know just very locally for me, parochially in Glasgow, the city council and the city region are thinking really hard about how affordable housing can play a role in that. And thirdly, at perhaps the most ambitious scale, again, it's a British example, but we heard about it earlier from the speakers. There's obviously a big opportunity for green retrofit on a major scale across the existing housing stock, but that creates much more, to me, challenging governance, organisational thinking about the vertical and the horizontal governance of it, about partnerships, about resourcing, about incentives, all of those things. But there's such a strong impetus for that, and I think the employment issues are so strong with it, as well as creating a new, literally creating a new green industry, but not in any not in any way an easy or straightforward thing to do. So the more ambitious we are, the more difficult it gets, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Jarmo, while you're answering the question, could you say something about, incorporate into your answer, the importance of having clearly defined long-term national objectives for housing?
Yes, I think it's important to have these structures, like we have this housing fund of Finland, and the very over 70 years tradition of government subsidizing social housing nowadays, but earlier times as well, affordable home ownership, that we have subsidized over time 1.1 million new homes, meaning that 1/3 of all homes in Finland are built on some kind of government subsidies. So there is a continuity. We are very pragmatic. So we have multi-party governments, so the government policies don't change after parliament terms. There is a continuity because there are some parties from the previous government participating in the new one. But can somebody learn from this? I don't know, because I think these housing policies are based on some kind of bad dependency. We have learned to settle the problems with this way as we do, and we continue this way. We modify that in the new situations. Like now, the question was, do we have the tools needed for housing systems, how they will be reshaped and reimagined for the post-COVID area? The answer is not yet. I think we don't know the long-term effects on housing and working life and the cities, public transport systems, what will follow from this corona crisis. But I think when we have a strong welfare state and strong municipalities, the structures can be adapted to new situations more easily. There is a lot of speculation in the air. Will there be massive exodus from the cities? I think there is no evidence that the attractiveness of the cities would fade away. Maybe there is demand for larger urban homes than they are now available on market, especially on the private rental sector. But the basic urbanization will continue.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I think for many people, we look to Finland and think that is as close to getting it right as any countries have, really. That And that sense, Jarmo, I understand the political issues, but that sense of having a degree of continuity in the way that policy is developed, not rapid switches from one thing to another, has been such an important component of that. Yeah. So, Julie, in the way that you answer this question, you've looked at this all over the world. So I would be interested if you could say something about how important you think it is that there is real clarity amongst the different players about what their roles and responsibilities are.
Yes, well, clarity is very, very important. Enacting legislation that enables players to play an authorized role that is also well intended and well functioning and supported by an appropriate ethos, which is also reinforced by supportive good regulation. But many countries at this moment are preparing plans, recovery plans as well. And the goal very much will be to tie whatever investment they're able to channel appropriately, not to white elephants, but to well purposed organizations to deliver appropriate or rehabilitate dwellings in the appropriate way. So the monitoring of that flow of investment appropriately is going to be very important, but also the capacity to take that up is going to be enormously important. So now, as Ken is saying, now is the time that those investments do be ramped up, but we have to ensure that that money is well invested and goes towards shaping the right kind of housing outcomes that we want, and also sustainable neighbourhoods and economic recovery. So we don't want white elephants. We want well-intended, well-purposed investment. And one way to do that is to treat affordable housing and good neighbourhoods in the whole idea of infrastructure. So see it as linked between transport, social networks, neighbourhood vitality, employment opportunities, but also good quality, secure housing. So we need to put those things together. That typically requires land policy working together with investment policies over a long period of time. And a good example is, again, the housing needs demand assessment in Scotland with the social housing investment plans, or in the case of Finland, the agreements that are made for the development of areas that are inclusive at the land policy level, inclusive, and the necessary investments required to ensure that inclusion can be feasible, so that you can have a co-op and you can have affordable rental, you can have housing first, you can have private condominiums. That makes it possible. So we need to really think where we want that future investment to flow and ensure that we've got good budgets, good regulation, and good standards and capable implementers. So that's what my take would be.
So that's great. Thank you. I was about to say that the questions have been slow to arrive in the Q&A box. I see they are now beginning to arrive, and I will come back to those. But I want to pick up on something that Jarmo said about the importance not just of there being a degree of stability in housing policy at the level of central government, but an effective, well-functioning welfare support system, strong and coherent municipalities. I mean, the idea of the different parts of this all working together. And one of my frustrations has always been that in many countries, it seems as though housing is regarded as, you think of everything else and, oh yeah, then there's housing. We need to think about housing rather than thinking of it as an integral and integrated part of the economy and kind of social dynamism of our cities and towns. So Ken, how do we get better at doing that, of ensuring that the issues and challenges of housing are properly integrated into our thinking?
At one level, I guess it's a kind of planning question, isn't it? A strategy question at the broader level, and making sure that housing ministers or housing cabinet members at a local government level, that they have a kind of constitutional representative role. But I think also it's a conceptual, applied conceptual issue, if you know what I mean. By that I mean, we talked a lot about housing systems. A lot of the language is the housing system we talk about, but often we just mean the sector, all the things that are in the housing sector. Whereas I'm of the view that we need to think of it as a functional system, and that also means how the housing system engages with other systems. So we in the past, in the 1990s, worked quite hard on a local housing planning model called local housing systems analysis, which was the precursor of housing needs and demand assessment. And the idea with it was that the housing system itself was impacted on by a series of economic, planning, political and other drivers, demographic drivers, and it had housing outcomes as a consequence. You had to work out the geography, your functional geography of the housing system, and at that level you could produce key problems and shortcomings that required investment, required responses from different parts of government. But it was a much more holistic way of thinking about the how housing system. It necessitated linking housing to the economy and productivity, to transport, to land use planning, to all of those things, and the actual strategy of the region or the communities of local government. I would just say that I think there's sufficient people in Scotland who worked with that model that they still want to use that model alongside the housing needs and demand assessment, because it's good on the private sector in particular, which HNDA is probably less good, less explicit about. So I think you need that conceptual model, because you actually need to think about these connections quite seriously, I think. But there's also the political side, which tries to change the role of housing ministers and the housing ministry in relation to other things, which of course varies massively around the countries we are interested in.
Okay, so one of the questions from Michaela Cower in the Q&A box is about the critical role that cities play. And the question is, how can we ensure that not just that cities are enabled to play that role, but that national governments properly understand the importance of that role in how they develop national strategies and ensure that cities play the role that they're capable of playing. Jarmo, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, this cooperation is very crucial. In Finland, we have about already 20 years tradition that the government is continuing the urban development partnership between the central government and large urban regions. We have land use, housing and transport agreements, and now the target is to build carbon neutral urban regions, boost the volume of affordable and social housing production, and the idea is that new housing areas are built with the principle of social mix, so there is a balance of different tenures in the same area next door, social housing and market-based housing, and they increase the proportion of sustainable means of transport, public transport, and there are measures to combat segregation that exist. And now we took the target to eradicate homelessness. They are now part of these agreements between government and the biggest growth centers in Finland. The municipalities have the monopoly on the land use, so it's very important that they provide building sites for social housing actors. And that is in the agreements. So the government puts some money, grants and loans, and different type of support for building this transport and housing. So it's a win-win situation between the government and the municipalities.
It's interesting, isn't it, that a lot of these discussions are about making the right connections and making sure that you've got the right things in place at the right levels across our structures and society. Mary Taylor has asked a question about bottom up or top down, and has couched that question in terms of how can we ensure that small local community groups that are really responsive to the areas that they exist in have the kind of legal framework which has to be delivered by government to allow them to flourish and thrive. And yes, Julie, I was coming to you for this one. Let's go.
I mean, I think we can do better than the Dutch, who in 2015 made it law that every local government had to have a performance agreement around housing, which involved tenants' organisations and the city government, and also willing providers. And in this case, willing providers were what they call the woningbouwcorporaties, or the housing corporations. I think we have to imagine that's been successful to some degree, but what it didn't have was the parallel investment that could reach down to the local level. It set up a framework to specify what they needed, but didn't have the parallel transfer of funding as appropriate. So why you see Vienna thriving is because they have the capacity to design their own program and their own legislation, actually, which channels investment towards the housing investments that they think are necessary according to their metropolitan plan STEP. They call it the STEP plan, strategic, actually transport environment plan STEP. So what we need is that legal structure, just like Mary was suggesting, which enables a process, but also a process which says, well, it's not just the social housing providers we want to be doing these things. We also need the private sector to be doing it too. And therefore, and also a parallel transfer of sufficient investment. Obviously, although you might have really active local governments, they don't necessarily have the resources for good housing programs. That requires collaboration with the national government, which inevitably has the greatest tax base and the greatest borrowing power. So it definitely needs a partnership approach, but the legislative backing for that is really useful. And I think we can progress and build on even better version of the Dutch performance agreements.
But there's a tension, isn't there? When you have government setting the national strategy, if it's not doing the delivery itself, government always has a view about what the outcome should look like, but the delivery organisations have their own objectives and their own missions and may have a different view about that. So how do you create an environment where it's possible to ensure that is a creative tension, not a destructive one? Ken, have you seen good examples of that?
Yeah, well, we did some work last year with HACT in Scotland, looking at quantifying the impact of housing associations, both their investment programs, but also the kind of wider impact, food poverty issues, things of that kind. And what was interesting about that was that if you could monetize the impact by using the kind of toolkit that HACT uses, you can actually, in a sense, link your provider level strategy to things that are of interest to their communities. But at the same time, you can say when you're making your bid for funds to government, these are the monetary values of these social, environmental, health impacts associated with this investment. And look, we can link this directly to the Scottish Government's national policy ambitions, which link the UN Sustainable Development Goals and things of that kind. So you can kind of close a loop where your appraisal of the intervention can be given value to the community you represent, but also to government, so that if government's trying to make its housing interventions meet its objectives, here's a way, again, holistically of doing that. And again, of course, after the event, the housing association or the provider can say, and we achieved X, and we can be accountable for what we actually delivered as well. So we're got quite excited about that, actually.
And it helps, doesn't it, when those relationships are characterized by a degree of trust and respect on each side of the conversation, and something that doesn't just happen by accident, something that you have to invest in and work at.
Yes.
I want to move to a slightly different question that has come from Leah Oswald, which says, how can access to affordable finance be ensured for community-led housing initiatives like co-ops or community land trusts in contexts where the welfare state is weak? Which of you wants to have a first go at answering that question? Jarmo?
Maybe I'm not the right person to answer that question.
Well, in a way, it's a reflection, isn't it, that you said how important it is that the welfare system is strong. So, Julie, yes, perhaps you've got the broadest range of views here, and you have looked at the way that some countries which don't yet have very well developed welfare systems have tried to address some of these issues. So how is it possible to do it and to ensure that that funding is available, that not necessarily even grant funding, but access to funding, so that investors, whether they be public or private, believe that their investment is secure?
Yeah, to use a line out of Paul Kelly, from little things, big things grow. And you might have noticed on the horizon the work that's been going on in Malta. And Malta has taken I think, a very culturally sensitive and almost anthropological view of its housing culture and its housing system, and has, within the resources that it has, tried to make improvements to, for example, security of tenure in the rental system, by advancing from a very relatively insecure, by German standards, to a more secure system, on the recognition that tenants that stay for a while are actually good for landlords also. So they're trying to recognize the kind of housing system they are, ask themselves what could make it better, work incrementally, step by step, have a plan, and thankfully also have a champion in its current government. So I'd be watching. I have great hope for what Malta is trying to do, and I think that's also how it can sometimes start. Sometimes also, if the situation is different, for example, a whole lot of homeowners who are now in a dilapidated building. So training them in how to manage, to value the collective spaces, to work out how they can improve them together, to take on, if you like, investment, that they spread the costs out over a long period of time, that they can enjoy a new balcony or a warm home or a nice courtyard. These are the incremental things that Estonia and other countries have worked towards. Setting up a law doesn't necessarily cost anything. Encouraging people to associate with each other and making a plan, that doesn't cost much. Helping them to know the skills of building maintenance and managing that. Another thing that actually saves money if they can do it themselves. And
so a key part of effective governance is having a robust and clearly defined institutional framework within which that decision making can all happen.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
okay. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get through as many of the questions as I can. So I want to come to one that's come from Rachel Skikluna. I hope I've got that reasonably accurate, who's asked about housing mix. Her question is, she's interested, I've just lost it because the chat has arrived on top of me. Hold on. So I try to get rid of that. Okay, so she wants to hear how a culturally sensitive housing system can be implemented, not only through tenure mix, which is an idea that many countries have tried to deliver, but would possibly tackle different income backgrounds, different class, and different cultural groups. How effective are we, do you think, in our housing policies and our housing strategies at creating places that are genuinely mixed functional communities which are at peace with themselves? Ken?
I think that's a nice question, because in a sense it gets back to the sense in which the regulatory process itself has to enable that. It has to be able to facilitate that. So having a proactive regulatory framework which might allow divergence in the form of the housing providers you have, and be able to work with larger housing associations, perhaps national housing associations, but also ones which are very community focused or almost communities of interest in a sense. If they can do both of those things, that's a really important first step. But clearly there has to be the same kinds of capacity building and support for each of these things. So there's a set of those regulatory things. There also needs to be the same kind of access to public finance and sufficient flexibility within it that it can be oriented towards whatever has to be done. So I think it's about a mindset on the part of the regulatory system and the funding system, and a sense that these a more local bottom-up initiative can be and should be supported, but should still operate within exactly the same standards and requirements that Julie was talking about beforehand.
Okay, so we're getting towards the end of our time, and I've got one question that I want to ask all three panelists before we wind up, and that is, it's often asserted that the failure of delivery organizations is in the end always a failure of governance. I want to expand that question and say, in the end, is the failure of policy, the failure of implementation, the failure of strategy, are these things in the end all because of governance failures? And if there is some truth in that, how do we spot it coming and do something to stop it? How do we ensure that those governance systems are robust and allow the good things that we want to see happen actually be delivered? So let's start with Jarmo.
Yes, there has to be a robust infrastructure of the public authorities on the municipal level and the government level, agencies like ARA, and then we adapt to the new situations like this life after Corona. So these strategies can be delivered through these structures. Government is making a new development program for 8 years housing policies. So it has to be integral. There has to be this, not only housing, but how it is related to transport, to employment and schooling systems, and balanced housing areas, and to not and to how to combat the tendency to inequality. How can that be?
In ARA, as an institution, as an organization, to whom do you consider yourselves to be accountable?
To the people of Finland, which is represented by Parliament and the government and the Ministry of Environment. So they are those who are putting the task for us to implement. And the answer was about 9,300 new high quality social housing affordable homes last year.
which is a great outcome. Ken?
It really depends where you draw the boundaries on what governance is, but I think I'm most concerned in the UK about enforcement and compliance, and particularly enforcement compliance in the private rented sector, where a lot of these problems are really important and serious. And unfortunately, I think part of that lack of consistent enforcement and compliance reflects a withdrawal of resource, particularly to local government. But it's also, I think, about the absence of a clear vision about what that enforcement is trying to actually do. We did a study recently about enforcement compliance in the private rented sector across the UK, and it was really striking what different practice there was and what different philosophies there were about enforcement compliance, and that some perhaps less likely local governments were actually pursuing very effectively a kind of co-regulatory mechanism. Others were much more about really dirigiste enforcement, but they were all hampered by the lack of resource and the lack of that kind of central long-term approach about what they were trying to do. And I think that requires really belt and braces change, which we haven't really had. So that's about the kind of path dependency problem of the gradual withdrawing of support for local governments, so that statutory functions become the only things they can do, etc. So it's more than just the government structures, it's about long-term policy drift.
Okay, and Julie, governance failure?
Well, it's something that we have to talk about, governance failure, but I think actually governance is coming back in. We've spent a long time ungoverning and unregulating, and actually now we've got almost 200 governments which are connected or committed to Sustainable Development Goal 11, trying to make cities through their housing systems more affordable and inclusive. We've also got a commitment to the right to adequate housing on the rise. So we've now got policy becoming actually responsible and necessary part of this agenda, rather than something that's been pushed outside. So I think actually now is the time for actually a renaissance of good governance, and that involves shaping markets in the land, shaping investment flows, also reinforcing really good quality that we want, and neighbourhood improvements, to fostering innovation, allowing stakeholders to play their role in the housing market, but working with the willing and the partners who will deliver those outcomes we want. So we should be governing to foster those better. And of course, that's a constant work in progress. There are mistakes along the way. We have to learn and adapt, but we should not lose confidence in that we have a role to play as policymakers. Yeah.
So that's great. What we need from this conversation and from the discussion that we had yesterday, is clear strategic oversight and leadership from national governments, institutional frameworks that allow local organizations to flourish, and really impressive local leadership and local quality decision-making to ensure that the whole system works together. Something that Julie just described as a renaissance of good governance. Let's make this whole process the center of a renaissance of good governance in housing across the whole of the UNECE region, and the core of the presentation that we'll make to the ministers in October. That was great. Huge thanks to Julie, to Ken, to Jarmo, and to those of you who've been asking questions. Yeah. I think that was a really useful debate and discussion. And I am now pleased to say that we have a 10-minute, well, it says virtual coffee break, but I'm sure you'll drink real coffee. Yeah. Thanks very much, everyone.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Good to see you, Julie.
Julie, you are muted now.
Now, thank you. Thank you, Ken, and thank you, Jamo. Yeah, that was really helpful and useful.
Good.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'll speak to you soon, and I'll send you those comments on that chapter. I have finished them, so I'll send them to you today.
That's really welcome.
Good.
Yeah,
Okay.
I really appreciate that. Thanks.
No problem. See you soon.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Great job, guys. Really enjoyed that. Excellent.
Thank you, Julie.
I'm not sure if people can hear us or.
Yeah, everyone can hear you now. If you want to have an informal chat
All right. Enjoy your coffees. Enjoy your coffees.
Yeah, we heard you and it was excellent. Excellent presentation and debate. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lucia.
Hello again, everybody. I hope you've had your chance to have a nice cup of coffee, digital or otherwise. We're now entering into the final section of this morning's event, rather, which is a presentation, kind of quick elevator pitches of best practices, which will be moderated by Elena Solskayeva. Elena, I'd like to hand over to you if you're ready now.
Yep, thank you.
Perfect.
Thanks a lot. So dear participants, as Dara said, we are now entering the second part of this morning's session, and we are going to concentrate on the question, what are the building blocks of a system of governance and regulation that serves to promote affordability in housing. And we will have several very different cases which will describe that there are other ways how to do that. So without any more saying, I would give the floor to Catherine Ryder, who is the Director of Policy and Research at the National Housing Federation of England. And she will be discussing the role of the NHF and its member plate in the developing best practice around the governance of housing associations in England, traditional strong players in the affordable policy making. Catherine, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you, and morning everyone. Thanks so much for having me. I'm going to talk about some of the governance challenges that we faced in England as a sector and the action that we have taken. If you can move on to the next slide, please. Housing associations in England are incredibly diverse in both their size and their geography. So while the context of our housing association members varies, the principles of good governance definitely don't. One of the key challenges that emerged after the tragic fire at Grenfell nearly 4 years ago was that residents didn't feel listened to or taken seriously on issues that affected their homes and their communities, and that landlords were not accountable to the people who paid rent and lived in their homes. It wasn't that we were a badly governed sector, just that we faced questions that we wanted to be able to respond to. We knew that this was something that our regulator and the government would take action on, but we thought it was important that we as a sector didn't wait for the government or the regulator. We wanted to show leadership ourselves and act and respond to the questions being asked of us. And it was clear to us and our members that resident experience across the country was varied. Some residents spoke very positively about their landlords, but others felt forgotten or that their views weren't important. It was also really important that whatever action that we took as a sector was done in partnership with our residents, as they were the ones asking questions of us. As I said, we knew that more regulation was coming, but we very much see regulation as a backstop, as something that will protect the rights and interests of residents, but not something that should define our relationship with them. So we did two key things. So if you could move on to the next slide, please. Firstly, we updated our code of governance, which hadn't changed since 2015. Housing associations must sign up to a code of governance, and most housing associations use the National Housing Federation's code. Housing associations must report compliance with the requirements in the code so it carries legal weight and is part of the formal governance judgment that the regulator provides. We wanted to make sure that the new code was fit for the future and reflected the challenges that we now face as a sector. So within the new code, we strengthened the requirements around accountability, transparency, and safety. Secondly, we set up Together with Tenants, which was an initiative designed to strengthen the relationship with residents. This was developed with an independent tenant advisory panel that we recruited to help us. At its heart, there is a charter setting out what residents can expect regardless of who their housing association landlord is. It covers issues such as engagement, communications, and complaints. And there is an expectation that residents will hold their housing association, and in particular the board, to account for delivering the commitments in the charter. What we're ultimately aiming for is that by adopting Together with Tenants, housing associations open themselves up to more scrutiny with their residents and make sure that the decisions that they make that affect residents' homes, lives, and communities are made in partnership with residents wherever possible. Signing up to Together with Tenants is voluntary, but the code makes it clear that this is good practice. And I'm really pleased to say that we now have over 2 million homes represented in the Together with Tenants sign up, which is a significant proportion of the homes that housing associations in England own and manage. The government and the regulator have both said they welcome this leadership in the sector, and they expect housing associations to be part of this initiative. If you could move on to the final slide, please. We do now have a social housing white paper. It sets out a number of measures and changes, including stronger protection for residents through consumer regulation. There is also in the social housing white paper a charter which sets out expectations for residents, which I have to say we were quite flattered to see was very much in line with our own Together with Tenants charter. The social housing white paper acknowledges and builds on the changes we've already made and the leadership we've shown since the Grenfell tragedy. It's going to take a number of years to implement the white paper and for changes around stronger consumer regulation to come to fruition. So in the meantime, we're going to crack on with Together with Tenants and our new code of governance, and we're going to deliver the change that residents expect for us. And I think on this one, the housing association sector is actually ahead of where the government and the regulator are. And given our changes to our code and Together with Tenants, we've been in a position to shape the government's thinking and the action that the regulator will take rather than having to respond to it. And I genuinely think over the long term, this will make the housing association sector in England more accountable to the residents who live in our homes and pay our rents, and will make us a more responsive sector to the needs of our residents and communities. And ultimately will mean as a sector, we make better decisions on the homes that we own and manage, the communities that we work in, and the lives that we shape. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Catherine. I was switched off with the video, so it took some time. Thank you very much for delivering this very inspiring speech and also keeping the time, very limited time for this information. I think that this is very inspiring mainly because as Joseph Hegedus described, there are very big differences between countries across our region. And some of the countries have developed for centuries or for decades at least, well-functioning sector of not-for-profit providers. Some countries, like my country, I come from Slovakia, are at the very beginning of the path. So it is very inspiring to see that you can develop a very sound structure which can deliver, which can help people. And then also, if you have this on place, there is still space for improving the functioning, this code of governance, this cooperation with residents. It's really bringing a new quality. So thank you very much for this. And now we will move to another very good case. And we will have Guido Schwarzendahl, who is the Vice President of Cooperative Housing International and CEO of Baufera and Halle Cooperative Housing Association in Germany. So Guido, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Elena, for this very nice introduction. Hello to everyone, and I do hope you do understand me. And I will start immediately. That is a slide from Corporate Housing International, but Dara, we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, to housing cooperatives in Germany. What is the self-conception of a housing cooperative? A housing cooperative is always a non-market alternative, and so it's working for the demand of the members of the cooperatives, and housing cooperatives means also no profit maximization. And when we are working for the demands of our members, that means especially accessible, adequate, and affordable housing. And every cooperative has an obligation to give itself its own statutes or rules in accordance to our Cooperative Act. And in these rules, you will find the purpose of the cooperative. The purpose of the cooperative is to give priority in the case of our cooperative, to a secure and social responsible housing supply for the members. And when you hear and read this, you can already feel, as we are already 110 years old as the housing cooperative Bauverein, we have a typical purpose out of a time of very poor housing conditions, and that's very similar to most of the municipal housing companies and also the social housing companies. Now, the next slide, please. And okay, here you will find the principles of German housing cooperatives. There are 5 principles, but I want to focus today, on the next click, please, on the funding principle of the cooperative. The funding principle means the key purpose. And the key purpose, according to the Cooperative Act for cooperatives, is to benefit the members, or at least to benefit the economy of the members. And you have not to understand the funding principle as a capital market expression, but it's really the key purpose. Making any decision at the cooperative, you always have to think about the funding principle. And this will be also, and that's only a remark, strictly regarded at the yearly mandatory audits for the cooperative. Next slide, please. The question now is, for our session, how can the funding principle allow community-developed governance structures? And I have an example at this slide, meaning how can cooperative governance structures allow a reaction to difficult housing market conditions? We always discuss in our days, and especially also today, the situation in crowded housing markets where the demand is much higher than the supply, especially the supply of affordable housing. But only 15 years ago, we had a completely different situation at the housing market in our country, and especially in the part of the former GDR, and very especially also in my city, the city of Halle. We had very difficult market conditions. Our cooperative suffered hardly under high vacancies up to 30%. And the case was we had a massive shrinking process where people abandoned the residential buildings. The federal state of Germany started in 2002 the state program Urban Redevelopment East to react on this massive loss of inhabitants. The idea behind this program was to tear down the mostly vacant slabs and modernize the remaining buildings who could have potentially a future. This meant for us in the cooperative, please next click, Dara, that we would have to demolish more than 2,000 flats with this program to save the remaining 8,000 flats. But this would mean that we will put away the homes from our members. And the question for us in the management board was, how can we convince them? And so we only met the first stage, a preliminary decision, and but already instantly asking ourselves, will this decision to tear down 2,000 flats work with the funding principle, the central principle of a cooperative? And we argued for this plan considering the financial, especially financial survival of the cooperative, which was threatened massive by the high operating expenses, especially of the nearly vacant residential buildings, and the maintenance costs for the vacant dwellings. So our idea was we are still funding the cooperative as a whole, paying the price that we destroy cooperative assets. We convinced in a process of nearly 1 year, next click please, Dara, our supervisory board, which is the controlling capacity of the cooperative, and afterwards the member representatives by a guarantee we gave. We said we will do nearly everything to retain most of the dwellers from the buildings we wanted to tear down, and we did that by standards when we, for example, said we will keep your rents exactly at the point where they are when you will have again similar qualities in the next flat in the cooperative. So we kept with this way more than 85% of all members in the process, and we didn't have any law case, and we convinced all members by a very elaborated procedure and a clear communication at all levels. This works, as I see, by good governance with a strong orientation on our principles, especially the funding principle, and regarding the top decision body. Next click, please, Dara, which is in our case the Member Representatives Assembly. So the members are the top decision body in a cooperative. And this was only a small example of governance structures in a housing cooperative, especially in a very difficult housing market condition. Thank you for listening to you all, and have a good day. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Guido. Thank you for this very clear description of the relatively difficult story, which ended well. And I think that it shows both the processes which are necessary for good governance. There's communication, explanation, and that people are able to understand and agree upon maybe sometimes not very pleasant decisions. And the other thing which I really think it's very important, that this kind of institution like cooperatives are, as you stated, which really the key purpose is benefit members, and it doesn't serve anonymous market. It's very important for affordability of housing. Also for the countries who are finding or trying to find the inspiration or the way out. I think that the cooperative movement is a very good example how it can be organized in a proper way. But again, keeping in mind all the related legal and financial relationships. So thank you very much. Now we will move to another topic. We will be dealing with a little bit with homelessness, and we will have Neil Manslow, who is the Service Manager for Active Inclusion at Newcastle City Council, and he will discuss the importance of strong leadership as well as a multi-stakeholder cooperation in developing effective homelessness preventing strategies. So I will give the floor to Neil now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And good morning, everybody. So I think the main thing I want to talk about is that housing affordability doesn't stand alone. It is dependent on other areas, and the role of the City Council and the local authority in trying to bring together those other areas so that the prevention of homelessness and the sustainable housing is everyone's business. And this starts with a statement of intent, where our aim is to make it everyone's business to prevent homelessness and financial exclusion at the earliest opportunity. So creating a culture where it's ethical and a rights-based approach so that residents can have a stable life, somewhere to live. But in order to have somewhere to live, you need an income, and you need to be able to manage that income with financial inclusion, and often you need employment. So that stable life, because a home alone isn't enough. If we could click on, please, Dara. So our approach is based on having visible leadership, being transparent, being accountable, being evidential, and through that being impactful. This slide here shows the deputy leader of our council who's led on this. The quote is from an article in The Guardian, a national newspaper, stating what the council seeks to do, tackling social economic disadvantage at the earliest opportunity and why it's a priority, and our aim to be a homeless-free city. So that brings in that inclusiveness and that visibility. If we could click on, please. This next slide shows how we try to make that visible at each level. So at that earliest opportunity, this relates to UK legislation, where the legislation allows people to be supported within 56 days of facing homelessness. We want that to be much earlier. So before 56 days, we seek to prevent homelessness and make it visible. So 3,745 cases of homelessness prevented last year, and impactful. So YHN stands for Your Homes Newcastle, our main landlord that has 26,000 homes. And we've reduced evictions by 75% since 2007. And we now have a policy of no evictions into homelessness. And I'll certainly be talking to Catherine about how can we broaden that approach to bring in housing associations as well. When people are threatened, we respond and we relieve their homelessness, and we have a feedback loop process. So when somebody does become homeless, how do we learn? How do we change our system and bring people together to prevent that next stage of homelessness worsening? If we could click on, please. So this slide shows the resources that we have in the city that can help people have more stable lives and sustain their homes. So at the prevention side, we have the 27,000 homes, support and progression workers. At the relief side, we have our responses to crisis. We want to move our resources from the relief side into the prevention side so that we respond to less crisis. And the yellow squares are our infrastructure support, the means by which we assess and manage demand and relate it to supply. So we want our citywide supply to meet that stated aim of promoting stable lives for all of our residents. And there's obviously strong links across to health and opportunities to align health services to promoting people having suitable and sustainable homes. And if we could click on, please. And this slide here demonstrates the opportunities that there are for people to come together. So opportunities to collaborate on preventing homelessness, on promoting financial inclusion, on managing asylum, on welfare reform, and on rough sleeping. And then we have a delivery level partnership where the officers and the workers that translate the strategic aim into policy and procedure. And lastly, that thread through to case-based interventions, because there has to be a thread from the strategic to the case level. And if we could click on, please. So this last slide, when the slides are circulated, if you click on these links, it will provide you with more information and detail of the protocols and procedures that go behind the processes I've described there. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Neil, indeed. And what really struck me that the performance which program brings is tremendous. If you speak about 3,700 prevented homeless people, if you speak about 75% decrease in evictions, so these are the figures which really say for themselves about the success of the program. But on the other hand, what I would like to underline here is we repeatedly hear about the need for stability of system and long-term longevity of systems. And as I saw on your slide, your governor was speaking in about the beginning of the program in 2013. So this is also for other cities who would like to continue or follow your case to realize that they need a lot of persistence and patience to cope with these challenges. So thank you very much indeed. And now we will move to another speaker who will bring us to Lisbon. It will be Pedro Pinto de Jesus, who is the president of SGEBALIS, who is the Public Housing Agency of Lisbon. And Pedro will discuss how organizations like municipal housing providers can work to complement the ambition of the wider public sector when it comes to meeting housing objectives. I am very keen to listen to your case, Pedro. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and hi, thank you so much for this invitation and the opportunity to exchange experiences, namely best practices and on good governance, regulation and affordability in housing. It's really an honor to share the virtual floor with government representatives, fellow housing providers and policy experts. So first slide. Jebal is what we are, where we stand. We are a municipally owned company responsible for the management of Lisbon's public housing. And in Portugal, like in so many other European countries, has most of its policy and management delegated to the municipalities. And that's exactly our case in Lisbon, where a large number of public dwellings are concentrated. Therefore, we stand out as Portugal's largest public provider. And we tend to our mission based upon a proximity criterion with a strong perspective on integration, social development, environmental concerns, with local offices near 3,000 buildings and 1,000 commercial spaces. And this is where we stand in the year of our 25th anniversary, in a constant process of innovation, always challenging ourselves. So in addition to these core activities of the management and social monitoring and patrimonial rehabilitation, we have initiatives and programs that add to our action. Initiatives that so well illustrate our DNA, such as Lodge Convida project, basically promoting residents' organization and management through an integrated governance approach. LIFE program, it's an universal use rehabilitation for people with profound disabilities, integrating environmental sustainability in usage and preservation of homes. These are projects and programs that I'll try to revisit further in the presentation if I have the time. So this next slide represents an effort to sum up what we've been up to in Lisbon over the past few years under the leadership of Mayor Fernando Medina. On one hand, Lisbon's municipality has tackled housing challenges by, just to share a few examples, boosting social and affordable programs, more housing supported by clear and easier access regulation, building social, affordable, new generation and sustainable housing units, buying houses and converting them into affordable housing, increasing investment in the municipal lease subsidy program. It consists of granting lease subsidy to households that have rented or intend to rent a house and whose income does not allow them to access the housing market. And more recently, a program launched by Mayor Fernando Medina called Safe Rent, renting Airbnbs and then subletting them to people by paying the difference. The municipality pays the difference between both rents. On the other hand, the city's housing company, Jebalis, has been rehabilitating with quality housing units that will be swiftly reintroduced to the municipal housing access programs, has been executing an unprecedented investment in the renewal of pre-existing municipal neighborhoods with energy efficiency improvements, environmental sustainability. But linked to this vast investment, we've been also developing and supporting local projects involving the communities in the management process. It's fundamental for us. I've talked about Lodge Convida, which is a program that promotes the organization of residents in the management of their own buildings through an integrated and participating government practice. But I can also speak about GABIP, which is a structure of municipal initiative, management and local coordination aimed to the development of co-governments in areas of priority intervention with regeneration processes in progress. We also been innovating with programs like LIFE, which is shaped to address the lack of housing oriented to the needs of people with reduced mobility, a new class of dwellings for universal use. It incorporates principles of innovation in the requalification of the housing, involves a comprehensive multidisciplinary team, which assesses both physical and social constraints of the residents, future residents, devising solution in terms of both also architecture and engineering to adapt each house to the needs of the user. Our objective is clear, the city of Lisbon leaves no one behind while honoring its commitment to its award of European Green Capital 2020. So altogether, Lisbon has been building new houses, buying houses, turning them into affordable housing, renewing public housing units, renovating neighborhoods, rehabilitating, dignifying them, and last but not least, innovating with programs such as Safe Rent and Life program. This diversity demonstrates a constant effort to ensure greater flexibility, scope of action, and possible answers regarding public housing policies. On to the last slide. Thank you. 2020 was a challenging year for all of us. 2021 has not been any different. So in order to respond to the demands of the pandemic, Lisbon has implemented strong support measures for the most vulnerable, for families, affordable and social units, and the full exemption from rent payments to all social and cultural organization and commercial establishment, local commerce in municipal buildings. It has increased the social emergency fund for families and social organization, and has been ensuring the implementation of the city's investment plan 2026, estimated at 620 million euros, as a clear path for strengthening the public service, supporting employment, preserving productive capacity. So in the context of the worldwide challenge of affordable housing, intensified by the coronavirus pandemic, it is becoming urgent to share these experiences, these practices introduced by housing stakeholders, by government representatives, by fellow housing providers, and of course by the academy and policy experts. And this is how I'd like to conclude my presentation, by thanking you again for this wonderful opportunity. So see you soon, and hopefully not through a computer screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to listen to these very diverse cases that Jebal is actually on behalf of Lisbon City doing for the citizens. Because as far as I know, the Lisbon housing policy some 15 years ago was totally different. Everything was left to the market and the situation was very poor. So I think that it's also the question of really putting this issue on a political high level priority place in the municipal policy making. And I do remember during the work of the housing partnership of Urban Agenda for the EU, we had a member from Lisbon in our group. And it was very inspiring to see how big differences can be made with small steps, but we have to start, we have to develop, and then we can see also the results and the performance of the system. Thank you very much. And now we will move to the last but not least to Lucia Štaselová, Deputy Mayor of Bratislava, which is my hometown. And Lucia will discuss the governance challenges that come with trying to develop a comprehensive housing strategy when starting from a low base or nearly from the zero. So Lucia, the floor is yours.
Please unmute yourself, Lucia.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Elena, and thank you very much for organizer for inviting me to this excellent meeting. It is the third one in my political history in Bratislava City Council, and I'm really glad to be in such a group of engaged people, and it's very inspiring for me and definitely for our work. First slide, please. I would like to say very quickly where we was when we started to think about the public housing in Bratislava. Till 1989, there was no private ownership. The states had all control. Flats were allocated according to waiting lists. Also, my family became such a flat. The most flats were in a state ownership and with low rents. after 1990, there was a large and small privatization. The results was that municipalities became the owners, but after that they became the, let's say, to offer inhabitants flats, and I feel it was something like we feel guilty now. There is a space to become an owner of your own flats. There were, in that time, there were no central register, and a vast of majority of the housing stock is now in private hands because there was no central organizing. So it became the results of these processes was that only one in Bratislava, maybe 2% of public housing are now in ownership of municipality. Of course, it is not enough in these times. So next slide, please. Today, also thanks to Elena, we are in the situation that the state's policy is based on the public discussion, and public housing and the housing as a theme is really in the question of the day. And the state also claims that its mission is to create a stable market environment. On the other hand, now we are in the situation that some part of inhabitants are not able to come really owner of their own flats. And in these days, the some house for some people are affordable housing are not for them. So nevertheless, the topic of the state support for housing in Slovakia is in political context did not disappear. And the states built the fund, which is focusing on supporting the building of the houses. In Bratislava, next slide, please. After election, it is now 2 years ago, we came to the city, and there was really nothing with what we can start. So we start to analyze what is on the desk, what is on the field, and we also identify the specific problems and some barriers. It was the first phase, and then we start to think about the frame for the next steps. This was the one line, and the second line was we also in the same time we started to several pilot projects, and we can find by doing this pilot project we can find some question and also some answers what to do. And this concept was approved last week in the city municipality, and I am really proud of my whole team, which was working on it. And now we have a really very concrete and very good and professional material of urban housing policy. We plan it for next 10 years. And here is the important chapter. We speak about, or we think about the housing development in different location, and what needs to be done in territorial assumptions. Also, how to manage municipal housing stock, and also how to renew the old housing or old building, and how to cooperate with the private sector, and how to provide social policy by building new house for people who need it. The last slide. Thank you. There are also concrete operational outcomes. In these years, we made a mapping. What is on the desk, what is in real life. We are members of different kind of working groups in a national or local level. We also are in contact with the legal agencies, and we also start to thinking how to build the funds which we need to rebuild or to build a new house. So this is our situation. Thank you again for invitation, and we are looking forward to be a part of such a platform, so like here, and to be a really valid member. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucia. Thank you for this, to me, very positive information about the really start of the strategic thinking on the city level. Because as you said, there is a national scheme which enables municipalities to get financing for municipal housing stock. But unfortunately, from more than 40,000 housing units developed in this scheme across the whole Slovakia, in Bratislava it was only 150. So only a very small fragment. And I can't help myself to seeing the similarity between Lisbon and Bratislava, because Lisbon was the city which was really not very concerned about housing policy in the past, but this changed. It changed longer ago than in case of Bratislava, and now we can see the very practical results. And I'm sure that the same is going to happen with Bratislava as the capital of Slovakia, and in a couple of years we will be able to report really some improvement and some visible new housing affordable units which will be then allocated to their citizens. So thank you very much, Lucia. And now let me try to summarize briefly this session. I think that the session itself was very self-explanatory. We have seen several cases illustrating how important leadership on any level is, how important the long-term strategies, how important the communication of all the partners involved, of all the stakeholders is. And I really have to underline again the messages which are sounding here in this workshop yesterday and today, that yes, we need the long-term strategies. We need a well-organized, well-harmonized ways how all the partners in the chain of supply of affordable housing are working together. And unfortunately, every chain is only as strong as its weakest part. So we really need to develop the systems which are complete, which have all the elements, and where each element is able to play its own appropriate role. And I really only can hope that this renaissance of governance, which Julie mentioned today, is really something which will direct our policy making in the future. So this is from my side. And I pass now to David to close.
Thank you very much, Elena. And I must say, I agree. What a great session that was. And what we heard there was a series of descriptions of really important work being done by people in different contexts, at different parts of the delivery of good quality, affordable housing. We've heard about the collective endeavour of housing associations in England to improve the relationship that they have with their tenants and to use that as a key underpinning of their governance structures. We've heard about cooperatives owning their own decision-making and saying, we understand that things need to change and we will change. We've heard about municipalities making huge strides because of having a clear and specific long-term focus. And the thing that has struck me during the whole course of this webinar, right from the presentations at the start of the day, where we've really heard at all levels from kind of multinational organizations, nations, from people who've researched across a wide range of different countries. At the heart of all of this, I think there is a truth that governments are in a position not to do everything themselves, but where they, as the kind of elected national leaders of our countries, they are in a position where they can make the delivery of good quality, affordable homes either easier or more difficult. There will always be people who try to do it regardless of the national circumstances, regardless of the political environment, and will always try to ensure that they can work towards their own mission. Cooperatives, housing associations, small charities, municipal housing companies, everyone wants to do their best. Governments can support them in doing that. And they can support it most effectively, as almost every speaker has said, by having a clear, coherent, long-term housing strategy. One of the things that I've been doing recently, fascinating exercise, is that I was invited to be a member of a commission set up by the Archbishop of Canterbury to look at housing, church, community, and the way in which the church and the nation can provide more support to provide good quality, affordable housing. And as someone who is not connected in any real way to the church, but has spent a lifetime working in housing, I found it fascinating looking in at a different institution and the challenges that they have, but working alongside people for whom housing is not their day-to-day passion. It's not the thing that they do every day. And yet this group of people doing the research, talking to people in poor housing circumstances across the country, came to the same conclusion, that in the end, the thing that makes the biggest difference is having a clear national strategy. If we are to have a joint and shared endeavour, which is about solving the housing crisis together, a necessary prerequisite of that is that we have to know what the clear underlying objectives are that we are all working towards. So individual organizations can set their own organizational objectives, but it is only governments that can set clear national objectives, objectives about decarbonizing our housing stock, about replacing homes that are no longer fit for purpose, about having a coherent strategy for ensuring that there is good quality governance, for having a coherent strategy that identifies how many affordable homes that we need, how they will be financed, how they will be regulated. Not that government has to do all of this, but that government has to set the context within which it can all be done. I think our colleague Julie has had a huge task trying to bring together all of the different approaches to governance and all of the good quality information that we now have about what constitutes good governance. And I am absolutely convinced that it will help us if we look beyond the critically important issues of land, of finance, of energy efficiency, to the starting point, which is how do we ensure that we have got great institutions, robust decision-making, clear accountability, a brilliant relationship with the people who live in the homes and who need to have agency and decision-making influence in the way that those services are delivered in the context of clear national strategies. So I do think that this has been a very important webinar and fantastic contributions from a wide range of speakers. So as my own final comment, I would just like to say a huge thank you. Once again, at one of these webinars, I have learned a huge amount.
Thank you very, very much, David and Elena, and indeed to all of the speakers from that last panel, which was fantastic. And I'm really appreciative that everyone managed to keep to the strict time that I set for them. You know, we've done enough of these webinars now. I think we're all learning on the process, on the job rather, and we're improving as we go along. I would just like to conclude today. We have another minute or so left. By sharing with you one or two important pieces of information. So the first one is there are two kind of key dates for the diary. The first one is the fourth thematic conference as part of the Housing 2030 initiative. And that is coming up on the 14th of April. And it is entitled Improving Housing Affordability Through Access to Investment and Funding. And we're very, very happy that our partners in the Irish Housing Agency will be supporting us in that event. So for that event, we'll be following the same structure. We'll be recording 3 podcasts prior to the event to promote the work of Housing 2030 and of people who are looking at the issues of funding and finance. And then finally, the key date for your diary is that 6th and 7th of October, which is the presentation of the final Housing 2030 report, which we're very happy to have learned recently will be an official publication of the United Nations, giving the work that Julie and the other colleagues are doing that pride of place and that high level that it deserves, because they've been putting in an incredible amount of work in recent weeks and months, and will continue to do so in the coming weeks and months. Which brings me on to the last point, which is at the heart of the Housing 2030 process is the best practices, is the analysis of different housing systems and trying to put forward a toolkit that people at any level of governance or any sort of stakeholder in the housing process can use to improve the outcomes for their people. If you do have any examples of best practice, we would love to hear from you. You can go to housing2030.org and there you'll see a section called best practices in which you can submit to us your ideas for the sorts of content we need. I would like to conclude just by reminding you that this conversation continues in the afternoon. So from 2 p.m. to 3:30, we have the UNECE Sub-Regional Conference, Governance of the Housing Sector, with a focus on Southeast Europe. You can use this link, the link that you've used already to attend this morning's event. That will be the link for this afternoon as well. You can find more information about that event at unece-housing2021.com. So thank you once again for attending today's event. I think it went really well. Thank you to all the speakers, all the people who were working behind the scenes to make it a great event. So thank you and enjoy the rest of your day. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you very much.
Goodbye to all. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Bye now. Well done.
Keep in touch
Thank
and
you.
keep up your input. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, bye everyone.
Well done, Dara. You did a terrific job. Thank you so much.
You too, Julie. Fantastic.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you all hear me? I guess you can. So good afternoon, invisible participants. Good afternoon, speakers. I'd like to welcome you to this afternoon's sub-regional workshop, which is titled Governance of the Housing Sector, and the focus is on Southeast Europe. However, before I go on to introduce our distinguished speakers, I'd like to say a couple of words. Yesterday, we heard the presentation of Bent Madsen, who is the president of Housing Europe during his opening session of the regional workshop. And I was quite struck by what he emphasized. I guess he put a call out there for each and every one of us, and that is to take into consideration the realities and livelihoods of low and middle income households, of those coming outside of West Europe. And I guess this is an important call for us to reflect upon, especially as more often than not we tend to hear the dominant narrative coming from West Europe. However, we know through these regional collaborations that there are other ways of both doing governance and of implementing a housing system with cultural sensitivity. So today's session will be specifically focusing on housing affordability and its challenges. And we will be hearing realities and stories coming from Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Serbia. So before I give the floor to our distinguished speakers, let me just remind you what our guiding questions and themes were. And basically, we wanted to hear about the key housing affordability challenges in your country, to provide short overview of the housing governance in your city, which promotes housing affordability, and to highlight best practices in improving housing affordability through better housing governance. So now, without too much further ado, I would like to invite to the floor Ms. Doris Andoni, who is the Director for the Ministry of Finance and Economy of Albania. The floor is yours, Doris.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. Meanwhile, I'll share my screen. I also wanted to say a few words because we had very interesting sessions this yesterday and this morning, and I think we had a lot of sorry because I didn't prepare it before. We had a lot of messages from the first and the second day, and a lot of information, very useful information, also for us, countries in the south, that sometimes we don't get directly the information from what is happening in EU. And what I also wanted to mention is these beautiful images of Ljubljana. Reminds me last year when it was announced that the workshop will be held in Ljubljana, and I thought I will have the chance to go and visit Ljubljana. It was not the case, and I hope that next time we will have a chance to meet in person, and because we are all humans, and we are we cannot change our human relations the way we have built. Perhaps next generation will be much more used with IT, communication, and social media. Well, my presentation today covers the three topics that you already mentioned. From the point of view of Albania, so which is the situation, what challenges do we face, what is the housing governance and how it has been developed, and some best practices. I could also mention some not good best practices, but I think it will take much more time than best practices. And when speaking about housing policy and in general the system of housing provision, I cannot escape and I cannot neglect mentioning the impact, the strong impact. It looks like a rhetoric because it is repeated every time that our countries of the ex-centralized system, they make in the beginning of our presentations, but I think that this is very important to highlight because it has had a strong impact in all the development and of housing during these 3 decades. And one of the strongest impact are the economic reforms that were taken at the time in the beginning of 90s that and also political and economic reforms. It was before 90s, people couldn't move freely, and this was removed. This restriction for moving was removed in the early 90s, and immediately people started to choose their living place, and therefore changing this balance that was somehow kept by force before 90s. And people living in remote areas, which are mostly mountainous areas in the north with no connection, with no infrastructure, they started to move towards Western lowland and coastal area. For sure that this created big disbalances also in the housing market. The houses were left empty in the most part of places where the population moved from. And while in the areas where this population was directed, there was a big pressure in the housing market. And at the same time, pressure was more on infrastructure and concentrated in the capital city. In this graph, you can see kind of contradiction, because another demographic change that happened this period is the decrease of the population, which happened because of emigration, but also because of the reduction of the birth rate. And while the population has decreased, the construction of houses didn't keep pace, but is developing and growing. According to the census of 2011, the houses almost has been doubled after the 90s. As I mentioned, because of this movement of the population, the census of 2011 demonstrated that there were almost 30% of the whole housing stock was in a way or another vacant housing or uninhabited houses. Almost 8% of these uninhabited houses were counted as secondary houses, especially for seasonal use in touristic areas. Although to my view, it's even higher than that. And the rest is vacant houses, are houses that are left because are abandoned by population that has moved, and there is no interest in those areas. And also houses that are left empty because of emigration, because these families have emigrated. It is difficult to make use of these houses because most of them, they are located in areas with no economic interest, at least for the moment. And also houses that are left uninhabited or are left by the immigrants, those that are living outside. They come time after time, they come back, so they keep it as a connection, as a link with their country and with their city of origin. For example, a lady 1 or 2 years ago came from city which is down in south in Albania, a coastal city that has been, I don't know, the housing stock perhaps has been tripled in that city because it's very touristic, big touristic attraction, very close to Greece and Italy also. And this lady was asking for a stable housing because she had also a person with disability, a child with disability, and she was asking for stable housing. And I asked, why? Where do you live? And she said that we are living in a rental home, but when it comes summer, we have to move because this the owner wants to give it for holiday purposes. So this makes very difficult the use of these houses for housing needs, to use them for housing needs. Another challenge that we have been facing during these years is the development of informal housing. As I mentioned, there has been a big flux of migration from different areas of the country towards the major, most important living centers, and one of them for sure is Tirana, or let's say the Tirana-Durrës corridor, which is a big area where the flux of migration has been targeted. According to my own personal estimation, almost 90% of housing that were built after 90s is built in a way or another in an informally. Either people have occupied private land, or they have occupied public land, or they have built in their own land but informally without any permission, or they have built according to a permission but they have changed the layout. So there is a big scale of informal developments, which also make difficult nowadays the bringing infrastructure to this almost city, because some of them, they have become now city, like Kamsa, for example. Before it was a village neighbor to Tirana. Now it has become a city because of big development of housing development and population that it hosts. But one of the city that faces the major problem with affordability is Tirana. As I mentioned, the biggest flux of migration is still concentrated in Tirana. Almost, according to a report from the Bank of Albania, some 30% of the buyers or clients are from EU countries, which might be also Albanians that have received the naturalization of in these EU countries, and they buy it mostly for renting it out. So we see also elements of financialization of housing, perhaps not from big corporations, but from these immigrants that now invest their money in housing to rent it out. And these are some figures again based on some estimation, combination of different data, because there's not also a challenge is also the lack of data and on income of the population, but also on the housing market. What we have done and how we have approached the problem of housing affordability. Again, I cannot escape year zero, I call it, is the year when we start new approaches to housing with the privatization of the housing stock and with the establishment of the National Housing Agency. And all the families that couldn't benefit from privatization, they were considered as homeless, and government had obligation towards them to house them. However, according to a study that I did in 2000, and also based on country profile that was produced in cooperation with UNECE in 2002, we decided and we proposed to the government, as housing department, we proposed to the government that we need to reform our housing policy. And this reform that started in 2000 was finalized in 2004 with a new law that completely changed the approach towards housing needs. So now addressing housing need of those that cannot enter the market, and not those that were left as homeless by privatization, so homeless in quoting. And the main reforms that this law brought is the decentralization, so giving power to local governments and also responsibility, and explaining also the all procedure and documentation that they had to provide for developing housing and managing housing problems in their community. It introduced also mean tested subsidies and introduced new programs such as social and affordable housing. And since 2004, we started the implementation of the law with some projects. But after a decade of the law that was in place, the minister in 2014 wanted to have a more comprehensive view on and a more strategic view on how to address housing issues, and also to have more emphasis on poor and vulnerable groups. So in 2000, we started also a process in 2014, which was then succeeded in 2016 with the adoption of a national strategy for housing by the government. The main objectives of the strategy were the capacity building for local governments, because in these 10 years of implementation of the law, we have noticed the big lack of capacities and knowledge also at the local level. It was not just a lack of financing, but also lack of knowledge and capacities. So we thought that we need to support local governments with capacity building, improving legal and institutional framework, enhancing parallel and vertical coordination of policies, and more attention to low-income families and disadvantaged groups. Based on the strategy, in 2014, so one of the objectives of the strategy was to improve the legal and institutional framework, and we started to analyze the law of 2004 and see where did it work and where it didn't. So we started to introduce some amendments to the law. And in 2018, we had a new revised law of 2004, which kept the essence of the law of 2004, but it added some more programs. And what is also important is the introduction of housing policy housing policy principles. Sorry. Housing policy principles refer to the elements of the housing rights. The Committee on Social, Economic, and Cultural Rights, they have explained what is meant by housing rights, and those 7 elements are introduced in the law as elements of the housing policy. In our constitution, housing is not considered as a human right, but as a social objective. So with the law, we cannot overpass the provision of the constitution, and therefore we did this through these policy priorities. Again, and this is the most recent one, in 2020, in 5 years after the implementation of the strategy, we are now revising and preparing a report on the midterm review for the national strategy to see what is implemented and if we are going in line with the objectives, targets, and indicators of the implementation of the strategy, but also to include in the strategy some natural disaster that were not before, like the earthquake that we had in 2019 that destroyed a considerable number of houses and left some 14,000 families homeless, as well as the most recent one, COVID-19. We also wanted to reflect SDG 11 in our strategy because we want to link this target with the budgeting and our objectives. So how some best practices, I wouldn't call them best practices, but this is how we consider the development of different programs in our legislation based on the concept of affordable housing continuum. From those programs that address the less advantaged population, this is temporary housing that are right-based, that are implementing a right-based approach, and they require for a more coordination of policies at local, in parallel. So policies of housing with those on social protection, employment, training, health, and education, with and also vertical going to local authorities with these policies. And these are some projects that we have implemented. We aim these houses do not remain, or families that are housed here do not remain more than 2 years here. And during these 2 years, they have to be able to be trained and also make them possible to enter into the labor market. So with focused assistance, and then be able to go to another program. Land for Housing is another program which is not implemented because I think municipalities or local authorities, they found it easier to leave people to build informally and then legalize, rather than to prepare, develop land and make it available for families to build in a regular and formal way. Privatization of state building is another project that started in 2009. I know I recall the slides, I think, from Joseph Hegedus, that he mentioned we shouldn't give out our public properties. In this case, this is not the case. These are ex-industrial buildings that were occupied or squatted by families. And it was a decision in 2009 to give this to the families that had already occupied them. But you can see the difference that it makes when these families were granted this security of tenure through privatization. Then they started to improve by themselves, and it now has become as a neighborhood, as a normal neighborhood. Housing improvements is another program that we implement, which is an area-based approach, and it is based on indicators that show where the problems are mostly concentrated. This is a project that is being implemented mostly during the last 3 years, and it helps poor families to improve their living condition. But at the same time, it also helps we are also looking to transform ex buildings, public buildings without any purpose, into social housing. And this now remains in the ownership of municipalities, and they give it to the most needy families. The specialized housing is kind of social housing for special needs, and social housing is a project of which I really feel proud of, because I initiated it in 2005, immediately after the law of 2004 was approved. And I think it's a best example of the cooperation between national government, local government, and international international financial institution. In this case is CEB, that also accepted our proposal to give all the responsibilities of implementation of this loan to local governments to raise capacity, to build capacities. And we provided this housing, but also we provided this model. As I mentioned, we are implementing now, not at this scale, but at least we are implementing through the adoption of existing public buildings. Finally, the project that is mostly close to market is affordable housing and loans. This project is implemented in with two different sub-projects. One project is implemented through provision of new houses, affordable houses, by National Housing Agency. And since 2016, we introduced with the National Housing Agency not only locals but also energy efficient housing. And this was a result of a competition that we did at the time, and now it is implemented. Now National Housing Agency has developed its own models of locals and energy efficient housing, despite the fact that we still don't have building standards for energy efficiency. And the other component, sub-component of this project, of this program of affordable housing, is the interest rate subsidy to make housing loans affordable for buying a house in the market. Also, this project was proposed in 2005, and you can see here what was proposed at that time and what is now implemented. At the time that it was proposed, the interest rate was 14%, and we were planning, or the proposal contained a number of beneficiaries, almost 8,000. We started to implement this project in 2009, and now you see the budget burden is much lower, not only because of the number of beneficiaries, but because the interest rate of the loans in the market, they have dropped considerably, at average 4.7, but because of the negotiations and competition that we opened with the banks, we have succeeded to have very competitive interests of the loans. You can see which are the beneficiaries: public employee, worker, military, employed in private, doctors, invalids, expatriates, and so on. So why do I mention this? Because this project sometimes has been criticized for not addressing the the lower income families. However, we should not neglect those that contribute to the economy and those that are much needed, the medium income class. Finally, what we need, what are the next steps? So many things to do, but I think that, I just brought some few of them. What we are intending to go on is strengthening the role of National Housing Agency as a revolving fund and providing social and affordable housing. Develop programs for building back better after COVID recovery and integrate this with the earthquake recovery plan. Undertake a study on how to make markets more accessible. You have seen that market in Tirana, and I am also experiencing this period by following the prices of the houses that are sold in the market are extremely high. In Tirana, it can reach now 3,000 euro per square meter, which is out of the reach of even myself, which work in the public sector, and not to mention also the young and those that are employed in other. So with a little experience, years of work. Enhance implementation of the programs. We should increase the contribution, because of course housing is a responsibility of local governments, and they are primarily responsibility. But we know and we are conscious that local governments cannot generate that amount of financing to provide for all their inhabitants affordable housing. So therefore, our budget has to provide to increase the contribution to support local governments in improving access to affordable housing. And with this one, I conclude, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Doris, for that fascinating and extremely informative presentation. In fact, you're being asked whether you'd like to share the presentation afterwards. I was very impacted by how sensitively you managed to bring together, and interrelate these demographic transformations, urban demographic transformations in relation to international and internal migratory patterns vis-a-vis infrastructure. I think that was so very well laid out. It's a very holistic overview that you've given us. And to me, what came out so strongly is the sensitivity with which you are implementing such a system. And I believe that what is really shouting out to me, because I was taking notes, right, is how resilient the system is, and something which perhaps is, a system which will accommodate a post-COVID society, because it is so flexible, and how you've paid attention to decentralizing power, duties and responsibilities, and giving some of this power to the local authorities. I think it's fantastic. I'm sure that there will be a lot of questions after towards the end, so I will not say more, as I will welcome the next speakers. So thank you, Doris.
Thank you.
Now I would like to invite to the floor a co-presentation. I hope I will pronounce the names correctly. I apologize if I don't get it right. So I'd like to invite Mrs. Svetlana Rizitic, Head of the Section of Housing Policy, Energy Efficiency and Public Utilities, and also Ms. Tijana Zivanovic-Milic, who is the International Cooperation Specialist within the Ministry of Construction, Transport and Infrastructure within Serbia. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, it's shared. Dear colleague, with this presentation, I try to explain the size of housing unaffordability in Serbia, which is long-term and a chronic problem. It is possible to show to comparison between household incomes or consumption, yes, and required financial resources for solving housing needs in the market or in the non-market sector. In the first graph, you can see average monthly households consumption in 2017, which is very similar like today, divided in deciles per high, that are blue columns, and red columns relate to consumption for housing. The lines of the graph present required financial resources to cover living cost plus financial means for obtaining an apartment or for housing service in the market. If you wanted to buy an apartment on the market in 2017, you needed about 867 euros per month, which was affordable only for households with highest income. You can see that is this. If it is the same, if you wanted to rent apartment in the market. If somebody wanted to take a loan to improve home, for example, energy efficiency, that is this orange line, that was affordable for more 10% of households. Please, next slide. I try to share, but okay, next slide. In the second graph, you can see that housing solution for households with low and even middle incomes were possible only in the social rental sector or in the rental housing market, but with condition to reduce living costs to a minimum. But you can also see that even in that case, 40% of households with low incomes were unable to pay even the lowest housing cost in a non-market sector. But the red columns in the graph indicates that they were paying some housing costs, but they had to reduce their other living costs to existential minimum. Next slide, please. Because of that, there are and also there were and also there are different kind of public intervention for housing in Serbia, which subjected object subsidies. But in the last 20 years, they were more often ad hoc than systematic, and with insufficient investment in social housing sector, especially in the public rental sector, what was necessary. For example, the main measure for affordable housing was subsidizing interest of housing loan, which has become pointless since 2010 after the fall of interest rate. This measure was implemented for years based on the bylaws, which were adopted annually. Now the main challenges for affordability in housing sector are rental sector regulation, which in our country there is about 20% of uninhabited dwellings, not only vacant dwellings, but dwellings for housing. Also, that is problem with land in urban areas, that is the urban aspect of housing. Which relate mainly to land, but also to illegal construction and also urban renewal and maintenance of existing housing stock. My colleague Tijana Živanović will present our efforts in the area of urban development policy. Please, Tijana.
Thank you very much, Svetlana, and everybody that is looking at this presentation now. So Svetlana is, of course, an expert in housing, but I would like to say a few words about our sustainable urban development strategy, where affordable housing has also found its place in the next period. So I have chosen only 2 slides, but maybe the picture is not that clear, so I will explain in a few words. Here I wanted to present the process of preparing the strategy, which is the first one of this kind in Serbia. So it all started with the UNECE project that joined a joint project with our ministry and other participating countries in the period 2014 and 2017, where an action plan was actually prepared proposing the development of such strategy. Which was very helpful in preparing such document was a set of different events and circumstances such as the urban agenda for sustainable urban development that was brought in 2015, and then the national report that we have prepared for the Quito conference, the Habitat 3 conference in Ecuador. Then also the urban and territorial planning guidelines were also adopted at the same time. But what was also at the national point very important is that we had a partnership with the German Development Agency, GIZ, to prepare such document within the framework of their land management program in Serbia. What was also needed is to put it in the law, because before we did not have such a document recognized by the law on planning and construction. And after this, we had this real process of strategy making, which included a very wide range of different stakeholders, starting from, of course, the national institutions, but also ending with private sector and NGOs and, of course, local communities. Actually, this strategy, it's a national strategy, but a really strong focus on local level. So it gives the framework for all urban settlements in Serbia to prepare their own actions and strategic documents, recognizing their situation in this huge national framework document. The strategy was finally adopted in 2019, and now we have the action plan being ready for adoption in the next couple of days. The next slide, please. This is a little bit about the structure of the strategy. So there is, of course, the main goal, which includes also affordable and quality housing, but also all other issues regarding urban development. There are also 3 outcome indicators to measure the result of the strategy at this end. I have not said that strategy is aligned with a sustainable development agenda, so its horizon is also 2030. There are also 5 different objectives, specific objectives, if I may say, which includes also the social well-being, where we can also find housing issues being seen from the perspective of urban development. Now, of course, the structure is pretty complex, but what I would like to underline that it provides a good framework for project development. And since the adoption of the strategy, we have seen many interests shown also from on the international side to develop different activities that can now find their place in the action plan that includes all this information that as usually the action plans contain. So this is only in general. We have fulfilled the questionnaire regarding housing 2030, where we explained a little bit in more detail actually all the provisions of the strategy dealing with housing affordability. But I would maybe like just to make some links to all other interesting presentations that we could have here today and yesterday. So probably maybe I should go straight to the Albanian example just before this presentation, and where I would like to say that there are many common things that we share in Eastern Europe regarding housing and urban development, what we have recognized also in the strategy is the huge illegal construction in Serbia. And we also do have many brownfield sites, especially in the cities, in the city centers, that can be used also for solving housing problems. We also have this huge amount of private ownership in the housing sector, but maybe some of the specificities are also, the time has passed, but we should not forget that many of the problems arise also because of the conflicts in the Balkans and the huge number of refugees and IDPs, among which many Roma citizens came also. So there is a pressure also coming from that side to solve different housing problems, but also to have a new, if I may say, look at the organization of space in cities and the urban development in total, because the huge illegal construction poses huge problems in terms of the accessibility of services and availability of services, and even is threatening urban identity and many other issues like climate change and environmental issues. So I, at the end, would like to thank for this opportunity to say a few words to all of you. And I would also like to thank all the presenters for their very interesting presentations and inspiring moments that we can all draw from that. Thank you very much.
Thank you both again for another fantastic presentation. I am actually struck by all the similarities that are coming out across southeast of Europe. But may I also say that there are so many similarities within my country as well, which is Malta, how we're also experiencing so many similarities, especially in relation to the regulation, consumption at a household level, and also with migration towards urban areas. And I think I very much liked what came out to me from your presentation is how you've managed to put social inclusion and the quality of life at the center of your housing system. And I think this comes out very clearly from your integrated approach and the fact that you are using an evidence-based analysis to understand these new realities that are coming to us so fast and bring about solutions. Instead of trying to be reactionary to such transformation. So thank you so much for that. I will invite you towards the end for the question and answer session, and hopefully we will have the time because I know we're running late. So I will also next speakers to try as much as possible to stick to the 10 minutes. And with that, so thank you. I would like to now invite Mr. Marko Kanovic, who is the Director General within the Department of Housing Development in the Ministry of Ecology, Spatial Planning and Urbanization of Montenegro. The floor is yours.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, as you say, it's my honor to speak today with you about these issues, and you can see from the previous presentations that we very much like to share and use experience of each other in our region. So basically, I will go to our presentation about housing programs and affordability of the housing in Montenegro. Can you see in the screen the presentation? When we speak about housing affordability challenges, although the right to housing in Montenegro is not defined by the constitution, Montenegro is signatory of certain international documents and agreements, has undertaken an approach of these issues in accordance with its commitment, taking into account all specific causes by historical heritage and the size of a social system. As you can probably know, lack of financial resources is one of the main challenges for establishing a sustainable social housing system. Housing policy is a complex problem that imposes the need for a multidisciplinary approach to define priorities and measures in order to unify instruments for achieving positive results in this area. Housing problems especially affect socially vulnerable groups, socially excluded groups, which are a special target in the field of social housing. In order to adequately respond and address the problem in this area, it's necessary to analyze housing situation, subsidies, incentives that can be provided to such groups. Also, one of the results of the transition process is issue of informal settlements, as we spoke on each meeting about, and it will be a significant housing policy factor, which is an additional reason to formalize comprehensive program. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, my computer is a little bit slow. When we speak about Montenegrin system, we have data from 2011 from Montenegrin Statistical Office about number and structure of households, dwellings, and families in Montenegro. It's a very small country, so because of I'm speaking about these data, so you can imagine the results of our programs here. So basically, we have about 192,000 households. Average household has 2.3 members. Families, 7,000 families. Also, the average number of family members is 3.2. And when we speak about dwelling usage basis of the total number of households, it's 78.2% households are owners or co-owners of dwellings that they live in. Total of 9.6 of households are tenant households of households renting in a dwelling in which they live. Totally 5.7% of households live with the parents, children, and other relatives. Next slide. When we speak about regulatory policy, we adopted the National Housing Strategy for the period of 2011-2020 with the basic principles and directions, with the analyzing of situation and with predicting action plans and results that we need to gain. And now we are working on continuation of national housing strategy for next period. We will finalize that document by the end of the year. Legislative situation is as follows. On law on social housing, we adopted in 2013. Basics of social housings were formed in that period. At that moment, we were at ground zero concerning the social housing. The statutory concept relies on the fact that law defines the basic legal concepts of social housing competencies, specify persons entitled to have their housing needs addressed in accordance with this law. Funding sources, the widest range of opportunities of the social housing development. And what is the most important thing to say that main competence of the social housing is on a local level, although we have projects on the national level. And as I said, the strategic framework and action plan is being drafted, and amendments to the law on social housing are planned both for this year. Can I have the next slide? When we speak about Montenegrin best practice in improving housing, I will speak about this project that we are conducting on a national level. The primary objective of 1,000 plus affordable housing project in Montenegro is to provide access to permanent housing to low and middle income live households through the subsidies housing mortgages scheme. This social housing project is primarily for households who would not address their housing needs in the market and in order to achieve social integration in low-income persons in general. The government of Montenegro, by implementing the project, supports citizens, families, households with lower and middle income to provide lower interest rates on their housing loans in relation to the market interest rate. The example of that is the fourth phase of this project. Average interest rate is about 6 to 7%, and through this project for beneficiaries is 2.9 fixed interest rate on a period from 20 years. Can I have next slide? As I said, the product of the program is affordable housing for beneficiaries who purchase new apartments from the selected companies, and it's a better condition than if they buy it on the market. The financial construction is that the government is involved through loan on a bank, loan of CEB, Bank of Council of Europe, Development Bank of Council of Europe, and the Montenegrin commercial banks that finance that are co-financed 50% both. So basically, this last phase of the project, the value of the project is 20 million. 10 million is from the government through CEB loan, and 10 million is from Montenegrin banks. The first phase of the project was 50 million. As I said, the implementation of the fourth phase in progress. The previous stages of the progress of the project have been evaluated as transparent and successful by Development Bank of Council of Europe. The transparency of the project is very important, especially in Western Balkans. By now, we didn't have any complaint concerning the project. As I said, we are now in implementation of fourth phase. From 2010, we are implementing this project, and it's very successful. Can we have next slide? When we consider about situation in Montenegro, we have a very high housing needs for the low and middle income population. According to the last census, we have about 650,000 inhabitants, 316,000 housing units. 20% of that is holiday homes from domestic and non-resident population, and the residential housing stock is about 250,000 housing units. The effective housing stock for per 1,000 inhabitants indicator is 388. You can see in this slide the comparison. On the other hand, there was also no supply of affordable and social housing stocks in Montenegro over the last 2 decades. In year 1991, 77% of Montenegro housing stock was privately owned. There are not many changes in that percentage even now. And 23% was a possession of occupancy right holders. The latter was privatized through giveaway privatization model widely practiced in the region, and this combined with the post-socialism slow emergence social affordable housing system. Also, the conflict in ex-Yugoslavia in the 90s and economic crisis in year 2009 made their impact on social housing, because it's connected with the construction business, and in Montenegro it has a great impact on economy. As a response to housing needs with side objectives to support the development of Montenegro affordable and social housing systems, the social integration of low medium income population. As I said before, we started the implementation of 1,000 plus project. It's very important to say that during the year, about 800 each year, about 800 dwellings were sold on the market, and every phase of project 1,000 plus is about 400 flats. So it has a huge impact on economy and market. And now we can go on next slide. Project was developed very professionally in cooperation with a lot of experts. So the project strategy consists of 2 parts: development and implementation. When we speak about development, we did a feasibility study and project concept. We adopted the legislation part with National Housing Strategy and Social Housing Law, and we focused on median income families, young people, and vulnerable population. We also need to find money for implementation of that, so we have had approval of loan on Bank of Council of Europe with very low interest rate, and when you make a balance with the low interest rate that we have as a government from European Bank for Development and market interest rates, we have a very good interest rate for final users. When we speak about implementation of the project, we produced project manual, set up project implementation unit, announced public polls for beneficiaries, commercial banks, and construction companies. And we made a sub-legal act that defines all criteria for implementation of this project. Can we go next slide? The main objectives of the project is to solve this housing need for glide households who are experiencing problems in solving this issue on a free market. Through this project, government of Montenegro tackled specific objectives, increased the access to the households of the consumers with the subsidies mortgage scheme with a considerable social effect, The other very important part, especially during the crisis that we have in a previous period and that we will have in the next period, especially in the construction business and banking sector, is to increase economic activity in the field of real estate transactions, with especially attention to encourage construction of residential buildings in accordance with the environmental protection criteria, environmental standards of construction, and also energy efficiency, because in these sub-legal acts we have defined some conditions that are connected with these environmental standards, and especially of energy efficiency for new buildings, and especially for old buildings who are going to be renovated. Can I have next slide? When we speak about beneficiaries, I told you that we have some different groups. They are almost all of them are low or middle income groups, and we had to create some criteria, and we did it through law and social housing. And also we need to see generally on a national level what are the groups who need to solve this issue through this project. So divided 40% households or those members who are employed in public administration, 30% for young couples, and 30% for other family households. Can we go next? This was the generally division of the percentages of the households. But before that, the priority in exercising right to purchase household under this project, we had a very special target groups who were the first one to solve the problem. Besides what I mentioned before, single parents or guardians, persons with disability, family households who has a member person with disability, family households with the children with development disorder, young people who were children without parental care, victims of domestic violence. And for this fourth phase, when we are speaking about the COVID situation, all people who work in public healthy sector, they have priority to buy a household during this during implementation of this project. On this slide, you can see the parameters of incomes from for this project. We can go on next slide because I want to be as short as I can. During the whole three phases by now, when we speak about this figure of 800 dwellings that are sold on the market in Montenegro yearly, we sold 1,186 family households sold their housing issue during this project, and about 3,000 Montenegrin citizens. They are members of these households. On the right side of the slide, you have results by each three phases, and in the next phase we expect about 400 households. That will be the result. When we speak generally about results and impacts, competition among the commercial banks and the construction companies, the mortgage interest rates and costs of real estate reduced. As I said, from the first phase where we have interest rate about 4.99, now at this phase we have 2.99. Construction industry has a great support through this project because they have market. In this economical situation, when everything is slowed down, and now especially in this post-COVID period, we can expect also the same problems, and we will try to go forward with this project. When we speak about long-term social integration, now, as I said, we are working on a national housing strategy and national housing policy, and also on the law on social housing, some changes of this legislation act. Can we have next slide? When we speak about social impact, highly positive and benefiting households with affordable and suitable lodgings, that the project shall give indirect impulse to the construction industry and slow down the migration from the smaller municipalities to most inner country cities, which are we facing for last 15 years. Also, the improvement of life conditions, because all of these dwellings have to have some criteria that are directly connected with the quality of life. Can I have next slide? This is the easiest one. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Marco, for again another wonderful presentation, and I quite like your the way you set priorities, especially in relation to finances, like co-financing mortgages, which is, I would think, something similar to equity sharing with the government, in relation to the incorporation of expertise and also an interdisciplinary approach to development of a housing system. But also, I think what comes out in relation to your presentation and to the previous two is the changing household, how the modern, changing household is at the core of a housing system which needs, a balance to promote social cohesion, integration, and also flourishing. But I quite like how you also brought this together with housing as a right, the financial capacity of various cohorts within society, which I think are crucial to this understanding of what I think you were trying to say is social mobility. There were already some questions, and there were some questions already directed at you, Marco, but I think what I'd like to do is to go to the last presentation, so then we can have at least 10 minutes of questions and answers. Thank you so much for your presentation, Marco.
Thank you.
I would like now to invite Mr. Andrew Popelka from USAID, and he will be talking about a comparative study on the gaps in housing regulations in the Western Balkans. The floor is yours, Andrew.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rachel, for introducing me. My name is Andrew Popelka. I'm working with the U.S. Agency for International Development, which actually works in the region for a good 3 decades and has a lot of done over the years. So I was watching the presentation, and it's very educational. And I really, see that engagement of the people in the housing, in the in the low income, assisting the low income people and so forth. I want to bring another point, which is closely related to, and is the cost of energy of the for the housing, and see how the cost of the ability, cost of the how the energy, heating, electricity, gas, how does it actually affect the affordability? As we know, this utility cost is not really a small portion. It's actually, when you look at it, it is a big chunk of the family budget. It's just the anecdotal examples. When we look at the Macedonia, where the minimum wage is about 230, 240 euro, and the cost of the utilities is about 150 euro. 200 euro. When you look at the Albania, where the cost of the rent, goes anywhere between 250 to 350 euro, and the cost of utilities is about 200 euro. It's a substantial chunk. So the challenge is to keep it down, to keep the cost down. And how do you do that? So this is what we try to do in the study, to see how we can reduce it. And actually, what we were looking for in this exercise was to see why is it not resolved yet? These political changes and social changes are happening over 3 decades, and still the cost of the necessary utilities is really high. So that's what we try to do. Okay, next one, please. The USAID, I mean, just to briefly to bring you to the perspective of what we do. USAID is working, besides this low-income household, the energy efficiency for low-income household, which is really implemented by the Habitat for Humanity, doing an excellent, marvelous job. And we work with the governments to look at development of the energy markets. We're working with the utilities, transmission distribution systems to do their proper development plans and so forth. We work with the energy regulators to set up, the legal, the regulatory environment. Next, please. So the principles we're working with, okay, and actually it's based on experience. We actually saw over the years that it is really necessary to address first, when we look at the affordability of the utilities, of the heat, electricity, gas, we have to look at the necessary legislative changes. Legal and regulatory background, regulatory issues are the foremost and the first one online to be addressed. Okay. What we do, and based also on the experience, we look at we really believe that the approach to resolving the energy efficiency, lowering the cost for the residents, and that the investment really has to be based on the commercial approach. That the private sector has to be engaged, because the investment, saving the energy really needs investment. I mean, that's, I didn't say anything new, I know, but to do that, the amount of money which really will be needed to make the meaningful difference, to move the needle, okay, it really is beyond the public money. Even if there are billions of money for investment, still, subsidizing, it's actually a temporary thing, starting up things, but it really does not solve the problem. So it has to be, in our view, it has to be a commercial approach to that. And then we believe that rather than, looking at how much money we have for the subsidies, in this energy efficiency thing, we should be looking at the sustainable mechanism of funding and having the accessibility, for the funds. Next one, please. This picture is sort of a simplified shows the way how we work with this residential energy efficiency for low-income household, which is implemented by the Habitat for Humanity. We are actually trying to develop a concept, sustainable concept, we believe, where we are providing the technical assistance only. We do not provide subsidies. We do not provide any funding, any financing. We believe in as I said before, in the commercial approach. So we are teaching the stakeholders. We're working with the municipalities. We're working with the homeowners associations. We work with the banks and with the construction company, the energy auditors, everybody. We're trying to help them to understand how to identify, develop and implement project. Okay, so we believe that the subsidies, as it was said many times today and yesterday, for the vulnerable households is necessary, but not for everybody. Okay, that's a really big burden. You know, when you subsidize everybody, big burden on the public funds. So this is the concept we're trying to develop. Next, please. This study, which I am trying to present here, was done as a benchmarking between the country, which actually we believe and we know has made a huge progress in refurbishing the multi-apartment building stock, and the countries where we work in the Southeast Europe, in Bosnia, Herzegovina, Kosovo, Macedonia, and Serbia. They were taken as a sample. We could not really work with all of the countries. So when we look at it, we look at what is it, what did make click in Slovakia, why they are so successful, what they have done over the years since 90s until today, how how their legal and regulatory framework looks like, what is the energy efficiency requirements, how they made the funds for investment accessible, with the loan guarantees and so forth. And we're looking at that, and we looking at those 4 countries and see what is the gap, what is the gap between them. So that gives you a pretty realistic targets of where the development assistance needs to be concentrated on. So that's what we did in that study. I put a link here, and I hope it might be, if we can put it in the chat, the link to the full report, because there is not enough time today to discuss, all the details. So for the interested, parties, if you're really interested, this is a public document, is available on the USAID website. Next one, please. Okay, what we actually just a few points. What we have actually benchmarked. We benchmarked the basic policy issues. Compare them. How it is. How is the homeowner association structure? Is it a legal entity? Is it not a legal entity? Is it a NGO? How does it work? Compare that. We look at the voting, the decision-making process. How is it established by the legislation there and there, in Slovakia and in those countries? What's the differences? We're looking at the enforcement. How is the payment enforceable? To the maintenance and the reserve funds. Are they those funds? And how much is being paid there? And all those main, I listed only a few here in this slide, but there's many other which we have sort of benchmarked, just to give you an idea how it was done. Okay, next slide. Okay, this I just am flashing. You don't have to go through this. When you look at the line, the last before the one before the last one, the blue one. Okay. That actually looks at the in the simplified, in the numbers of laws and legal normatives for Slovakia, which we consider to be successful, and the rest of the countries. As you see, Slovakia has about 106 laws and legal normatives, okay, to support to govern the multi-apartment building management. The rest of the country is 9, 6, 13, very few. So that gives you an indication how much work is there to be done. I know I'm simplifying, by the numbers of laws, but that actually is, telling some story. Okay, next, please. Okay, recommendations. The study is making a lot of recommendations. And they are on or in the report. There's no way how they can actually make them all, visible here. The improvement, strategy improvement in the renovation, the development of a sort of a specialized banking loan products and credit lines to make it accessible. As you know, and I'm sure you know, the banks have a lot of money. There is no shortage of funds, in the banks. but there are criteria for obtaining the loans, which are sort of quite prohibitive. It's in many instances. So we're looking at that, how it can be done, how the loan guarantees can actually be implemented and actually help the same way as the Slovak Republic did in loan government sponsored loan guarantee program for homeowners association. Then we look at the safety net for the low income households. Okay, as I said earlier, the subsidies has to be targeted for the low income and the lower up middle class. So those are the recommendation. Next slide. Okay, it's another set of recommendation, and I saw it in here in the for the government. We made the recommendations in the study for the government, how they could strategize, how they, what they should do in order to support, then mainly, looking at the best practices in neighboring countries and see how it was done in Estonia and Latvia, how it's done in Slovakia and Czech Republic. And that, so the government should be looking, of the examples. There's no need to reinvent things, just learn. The donors, many donors, in my humble opinion, many donors are trying to fade away from the residential sector, especially for the multi-apartment buildings. It's several reasons for that, but one is it's too many decision makers. It's too difficult. Okay, 100 or 50 apartment building has 50 decision makers, while the public building has one, or a mayor or the city council, and that's it. So there are some which are trying to work, but they are actually supported with the grants, the discounts, discounted rate, and so forth, just to make it work. But I would suggest, and the study is suggesting, that we're looking at the more sustainable way. And when we look at the financial institution, there are risks. Banks are obviously not in the business of losing money. They have to make sure that they have a manageable risk. So figuring out together with the government and other stakeholders to figure out what is it they can do to minimize the risk, to actually make it attractive for the borrower, and actually with having a reasonable risk for the bank. So those are the recommendations in that sort of. So just in the sake of time, next one. Thank you very much for this opportunity again. Thank you for the organizers, and thank you for Rachel for introducing. If you have any question, please do not hesitate to contact me or my colleague Francesca with any question you might have. We will be happy to discuss and provide information as needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew, for again another amazing presentation. And I think what you really, touched upon is that elephant in the room, which is climate change and the cost of energy and how it affects household affordability, which is, as you well said, is a very big chunk of family income and also spending. And it's also in relation to retrofitting and how we can have perhaps better architecture, having insulation as a standard, for example, in relation to building, especially in new developments. I am aware that we're very much restricted with time. I have myself a lot of questions for each of the panelists, but I am also aware that the chat is quite populated and that there are some comments and also questions specific for some of the panelists, but there are also some general questions. So we have about 5 minutes, unfortunately. I wish we had more to discuss all these fantastic, presentations from the realities of Southeast Europe. And I would like to start by the first question and invite all the panelists to respond, as it's a question by Julie Lawson, and she'd like to ask the following. So I'm going to read it out, but you can also find it on the chat. So she's saying the allocation focus of social housing in all countries mentioned in Southeast Europe and Malta is to vulnerable and lowest income households, which is addressing market gaps and most risky households for landlords. In some other systems, a broader range of income sustain their social housing feasible expansion. Do you think that your approach is socially and economically sustainable? Is there a role for mixed incomes too? Svetlana.
It is not economically sustainable, I know. But there are, in my country, there are different programs for both categories, social disadvantages and also middle income people. But what is problem? These programs do not correspond to each other, and as I said, unfortunately, they are implemented on the basis of special law. Although in the umbrella law on housing and building maintenance and last law on social housing, there is a basis for programs for different target groups to implement it together. One of good, for example, program, but that was only tried to implement this program, was program of local housing schemes, where we combine, how to say, two type of program for low income and middle income groups. And intention was to urbanize land through program for middle income groups, where they will buy flats or apartment, and that will push rent on the lower level in social disadvantages group. But in our country, there are different priority regarding of, for example, refugees, but they are not refugees. They are last refugees, so to say. Refugees from last period are not now. They are not refugees, but that is special law on refugees, and there are program only for Roma. There are program for military, etc., etc., etc. I think that is not economically sustainable.
Thank you, Svetlana, for that. I think Doris had her hand raised first.
Thank you. Yeah, if we take it as a program, social housing only the vulnerable and poor, low income groups, yes, it's economically not efficient or possible to replicate it. And perhaps this has been also one of the reasons why the social housing project was not replicated. However, we have provided in the law and also in regulations and also in our training with municipalities that the way how the rent is established is cost reference. So it is based on the cost of construction. And we have advised municipalities for them to keep this level of rent, despite the fact that family can afford or not. And then we combine this with for families with very low income with subsidies, with housing allowance that may come from local governments or from national government. Mixture is a possibility to mix different income group, and we have also provided in our legislation that at least 20% of the beneficiaries may be from different income group higher income group than a low income, so average income group. However, as I already mentioned in my comments, it is not about a mechanical mixture of different income groups. For example, in Tirana project, when I met one of these families, he was complaining because he was feeling as in minority in this complex, and his voice was not heard. So it's not just about a mechanical mixture, but it needs a lot of communication with tenants and a lot of engagement also tenants in different aspects of management of social housing.
Thank you, Doris. I'm totally with you when you say that it's not a mechanical mixture, that we really need to be sensitive to cultural groups and their voices, but how do you manage to, create a balance? It's not an easy question to answer, and I've been grappling with it, for over a decade now. Anyway, but I think Marco had his hand raised. Marco?
Yes. I just wanted to say a few words based on a previous conversation. As I said, we have a national strategy. When I spoke in this presentation, we just targeted some groups that are closest to sustainability. The projects are closest to sustainability. When we have a very jeopardized social groups, we have decisions that are defined by the law that they are paying rent only for maintenance of that object. So it's at 20 cents per meter square in Montenegro. So it's affordable for that, but every social housing program costs at least something. So as I mentioned in my presentation in the first part, the sustainability of that, it's very hard to achieve, and that is what we are facing in the Western Balkan, I think all of the countries.
Absolutely, Marco, and I think we're at a point where we really need to think about sustainability, or perhaps, the environment itself as an indicator, and how much it would cost as part of an economic formula for, communities to, flourish, whilst at the same time having a good, strong GDP. There is another question, and I'm going to take an extra 5 minutes because, it would be a shame not to have at least a short debate after all of your efforts. And the next question, which is again for all the panelists, is by Elena Solzagayova, sorry for the pronunciation. How far was housing policy making under the new economic circumstances influenced and or inspired by the international exchange in the UNECE region? Doris?
I think I mentioned in my presentation that the housing reform in 2004, it was based on recommendations that were included into the country profile in the housing sector, which is one of the blueprint of one of our major projects that has been implemented in several countries in transition. So yes, at that stage, it was used as an argument for the need to change our policy. Then again, the guidelines on social housing was very useful because they brought a different perspective of housing and different model of social housing. The guidelines, I would like to mention also the guidelines on management of condominiums, although we still don't have a well-functioning system of management of condominiums, but at least we used the guidelines for the developing our legislation, and the whole set of sub-legal acts. And in this regards, I also wanted to have a question to Mr. Popelka, but I know that it's too late. Perhaps we can catch up later on. Why Albania was not included in that study, and how you can also support us, how you can support us to push and to activate this sector. We had a lot of different approaches, and from bottom up to top down. Municipality of Tirana has been also incentivizing with financing 50% of renovations of condominiums, but we don't see any, and we have also provided in the legislation that municipalities can assist homeowners to establish their condominium association, and also to manage, to select the administrator. However, there are almost no cases, at least for the new developments. They usually provide their management by the company that provides the building, but we don't see any progress in this direction. And I know that this is very much related with the way, with mentality, and with the close character, individualistic character of people that they have. The concept of property is where the border of their apartments is limited, and then they don't care for the commons. I don't know what we can do more and how we can address this issue. Even some years ago, we had a project with one of these international banks. I don't remember now. They wanted to finance banks for giving loans for renovation of houses, and because we didn't have housing associations established, there was not any interest, and the project was closed because there was not any interest expressed. So it's a big issue. I live also in a condominium, and we don't meet, we don't see each other, we don't want to communicate. No one takes the responsibility for management.
Andrew?
If I may briefly say, I am sorry for Albania and for Montenegro. It was a tough choice. We had limited time and limited budget for this first step of the study, but should there be, we have, the study showed that there is a extreme need to look at the structure of the condominium associations, the homeowners association, their internal operation, and then the external relationships with the government, with the other players, with the banks. And that was actually like a first step. And I can promise that when we continue this work, Albania and Montenegro will be included. It was just a tough decision because we had to, reduce the number of we have a very good, very active USAID mission in Tirana, in Albania. So we will work, and actually after this we might get in touch and discuss further. That's my promise. Thank you.
In my country, reforms also started from 2004 and also followed a recommendation from country profile. But there is not enough, how to say, understanding about this item, especially in highest level, in politician highest level, and that is problem.
Yeah, I can imagine. I have a question myself. Many of you mentioned informal settlements, which I think is a very big issue in each of every one of your countries, something perhaps that we don't face, much of in more. And my question is, how do you achieve a balance between standardization, regulation, and the spontaneity of societies? So without, being too homogeneous in its implementation. I don't know if it's.
For example, in our law on housing and building maintenance, we have some provision regarding of subsidizing legalization of building for very poor people, for example. But we now we don't implement it, but we will expect it in the future. That is one of possibility. For example, the second possibility is to, give some house, without paying for some very, very poor people, but not in the center of the city, but in the periphery, etc., etc. There are different kind of measure to help people with middle and low income to incorporate in society. That is possible based on law, but we don't have maybe enough capacity, etc.
I understand. Marco?
Well, basically, in Montenegro, we are going through that process, the main part of that process right now. And like Svetlana said, from different categories, we have different prices for the legalization. In the last iteration of changing all the law, we made even more cheaper costs of legalization for one part of the population, but problem in Montenegro it's very huge, and mostly it started last 30 years, and you are not solving problem that was growing for 30 years for a year or 2 or 3, especially if you don't want to leave the situation as it is right now. So we go through the process of legalization step by step. Right now we have about 60,000 owners who applied for the process of legalization, and I think it will go on even much faster if we find some side projects to support process of legalization, as energy efficiency in legalization process with savings through energy efficiency measures in most of the illegal objects. They can pay cost of legalization. In some cases, we made study on the north, the savings are from 60 to 80%. So legalization process in Montenegro could not be looked just from a legal aspect, Okay, we build, now it's okay, we will pay. We need to make space decent and to change the vision of the space and to make communal infrastructure on those areas. Somebody needs to pay that, and especially after war that we have in our surrounding during the 90s. At one moment, we had 1/3 of the people in Montenegro were refugees. A lot of those persons live here. Also, one part didn't came back to their own countries. Basically, most of them are on the coast, on the good locations, but and they build illegal objects. And now we are facing this problem that was also last 30 years ago, and hopefully we are in a good direction. We changed law a few times, but I think because of the results that we are having right now on the field, that we are going in a very good direction.
Thank you. Doris?
Thank you.
If you still have time, but yeah, it's also interesting our case because as I mentioned, we have almost 90% of houses developed after the 90s are developed in a way or another informally. So it became evident that addressing this issue was a political priority. And it started since 2004 with the first law on legalization, and then the law has been amended all the time, and the time frame for application for declaration has been extended, which has fueled a new informal development. So in this regard, it has been very negative from the point of view of stimulating informal developments. On the other side, it has been considered as important, legalization has been considered important from the economic, social, environmental point of view, because there is a great capital invested in these houses. There are families that has built initially for their housing needs, but then they have extended it. We don't make any difference between those that are in good economic position and those that are less, because the infringement of the law is the same as for a poor and as for a non-poor. So the most recent development in law on legalization is that legalization is done almost for free. But those that have built informally has to pay for the land, and there are some prices that are established by the government on that. Everyone has to can legalize according to this criteria only one house, but then the other one has to pay for the other one that he has provided. He has to pay with I'm not so sure, but perhaps with market rates. And there has been also a discussion and a debate because those that has built in areas where public infrastructure will be provided are not eligible for legalization. And there has been a debate if this is something is a right way to address, because if someone is building informally, it doesn't matter where he has. So the scale of infringement of the law is the same, despite of the fact that in that area a public investment will be done. So these are more or less what has been happening, and I don't know if I have responded to your question, but yeah, this is the reality with policy on legalization in Albania.
No, you have, all of you have in your own way. And now I've been allowed a couple of extra minutes, so I'll start wrapping up and concluding. And before I bring out some of the main themes that emerged from this session, I'd like to respond quickly to Julie by saying that the positionality of looking at low-income households is, from our side, at least from my side, is purposeful, because I often like to think about vulnerable groups, to think about society from the periphery. And that is, I choose that, purposely, because it makes me think about the diversities that we have in our society. And I think that led me to conclude that we need to include the household as a unit of analysis, but I add an adjective before it, which is changing household. And that gives us a good understanding of where society and these transformations are heading. So to me, starting from the periphery to think about larger social transformation has always been a useful tool to think with. So I think, and this is what I have observed and what's emerged as well, that all of the presentations have touched upon this concept of the changing household as being at the basis of social transformations. And I think what I was really amazed and what really struck me is the innovation approach of human societies and of coming up with creative solutions that are so much addressing the specificities of each situation whether it's the constitution, which is clear that most of us don't have housing as a right in their constitution, including Malta. And of course, too, with these tools of regulation, of having a system, of having people-centered laws, what we're trying to achieve is human flourishing. So basically what we're doing is putting homes and the realities and domestic, realities, rituals of everyone really at the center of our infrastructure. And I think that is what to me came out as well, is how can we rethink our urban centers, because obviously there's a shift from the rural to the urban, it's very obvious. So how can we rethink our urban centers from an infrastructural perspective to accommodate these demographic transformations without destabilizing both the community but also the private market? And one last thing is, which was really shouting at us, is to include the environment as an indicator in our economic formulas. And I will end here, and I will now invite Ms. Asha Rogeli to make concluding reflections on the workshops. And Ms. Asha Rogeli is the Deputy Director General, Ministry of the Environment and Spatial Planning of the Republic of Slovenia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Rachel. Spoštovani, počasi prihajamo k koncu. Zahvaljujem se vsem kolegom, ki ste v preteklih 2 dneh bili z nami, se aktivno vključevali, vsem udeležencem. Bilo nas je preko 200 vseh skupaj v teh 2 dneh. Včeraj smo se na panelu spoznali z nekimi mednarodnimi iniciativami in dokumenti. Pogovarjali smo se o tem, kakšno je učinkovito obvladovanje za dostopnost do stanovanj, kakšni so ključni problemi, ki jih stanovanjske politike naslavljajo. In moram reči, da danes res pozorno spremljam oba workshopa, obe delavnici, ki sta bili odlični. Zahvaljujem se partnerjem Housing Europe in kolegom z naših sosednjih držav. Hvala, Rachel, za moderiranje današnjega zadnjega workshopa. Če si lahko sposodim samo en stavek od Julie z današnjega jutranjega, na današnje jutranje delavnice. Zdaj je pravi trenutek za naložbe v stanovanja. Ampak to niso samo stanovanja, kjer živimo, to so trajnostne soseske, kjer ljudje lahko bivajo v kakovostnih stanovanjih, kjer dostopajo do storitev, do služb in kjer lahko za svoje potovanja uporabljajo trajnostni transport. In še drugo sporočilo teh 2 dni je sporočilo, da dokler vsi sodelujemo skupaj, vse ravni lahko marsikaj dosežemo. Takrat verjetno tudi financiranje ni več tista glavna beseda, ki se nam je vedno včeraj pokazala pri Mentimetru, ampak to postane sodelovanje in skupnost. In v bistvu to so naši glavni cilji, ki jih naslavljamo z temi politikami, tako integralnimi in pa močnimi in trajnostnimi politikami. To so dolgoročne politike, njihovi učinki se običajno pokažejo šele čez nekaj let. In tega se moramo tudi zavedati, da dolgotrajnost teh politik nas bo pripeljalo do zaželenega cilja. Torej, da zaključimo, zahvaljujem se vsem našim partnerjem, UNECE, sekretariatu za stanovanje in urbani razvoj, Housing Europe, Uniji za Mediteran. Hvala moderatorjem,
Hvala nosilcem študije Housing 2030, odlični ste vsi trije. Brian, hvala. Tudi našim izvajalcem, ki so nam pomagali, da smo tole uspešno prebrodili. To je bil naš prvi tak projekt na spletu in conference. In pa seveda našima dvema prevajalkama, Branki in Katarini, brez njiju me danes ne bi razumeli, tudi včeraj ne. Tako da najlepša hvala vsem. In pa, kaj naj rečem, se vidimo aprila na naslednji delavnici in pa potem oktobra na ministrskem srečanju. Lep pozdrav.
Goodbye and thank you very much for everything.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you very much and keep involved.
Thank you very much. Very inspiring. All the good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Pozdrav svima.
Tak, jsem dostal kolej pochval. Až papér.